What is happening, YouTube? What is going on? What are you doing to me? Alright, so we should... we should be back. Alright. I have no idea what happened. For some reason, everything shut down. I might have had a glitch with my internet or something. Who knows? But we're back. Good evening, welcome to After Dark, part 2. We're doing some rock mining today. I've already done my Tim Tam Slam, but you know, for the sake, we started a new stream. You know how we do it here. Let's go back to the beginning. We'll forget about the first 15 minutes and the internet hiccup that happened along the way. And we'll start again. Welcome to After Dark. Doing a little bit of rock mining today, having a chat about this profession that so many of us love and how it could potentially be better. Let me just make sure that my restream is up to date. Let's go and check this. Let's do this one. All right. So you should connect now. Rhino, I did see your message saying that you had 0.75 mass before. Excuse me. Flossie's joined us. How are you? Bushwookie's back. Ducked over to Twitch to find out what was going on. Well, we're back now on Twitch and YouTube. We're back at the beginning of the stream and we're doing it all again. What is a Tim Tam? It is 2 chocolate biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in the middle, all wrapped up inside delicious chocolate. We're going to bite off the opposite corners. We're going to slurp our favourite hot drink through it. It's going to turn it all mushy and gooey. We're going to shove it in our cake hole and we're going to get on with some rock mining. Welcome back. Hopefully my restream is updating properly. Our biscuit is properly prepared. We're going to drink some tea tonight. I've got some tea, no coffee. It could be hot chocolate. It could be tea, coffee. I was thinking the other night on the way back from work, you know, I wonder what some hot mead through a Tim Tam would be like. Let's do it. Oh boy. There's too many Tim Tams. Okay, you think you just lost 12 cans of salvage, hey Bushwookies? Motherfig, how are you? There we go. Welcome back to those who are rejoining us after my technical hurdle. And welcome to everyone who's just joining us. That is the 3rd Tim Tam Slam. Let's get into it. And you crashed a desktop. Oh, well, in my experience, most crashed desktops recover quite well, actually. Welcome, Motherfig. So, as I was saying, before the internet decided to rudely interrupt my plans, was the most of the details on the right-hand side from the scan results seem to be relatively innocuous. They don't make any difference. And I have also noticed, so for example, you can see under the composition, this one has 63.37% hadonite and 36.62% inert material. This one is 88% hadonite, 90% hadonite. But if we go ahead and break this 90% hadonite gem and we break the other one that was 58%, we're going to get the same number of gems. The composition doesn't seem to make any difference. We apply full power. It's completely hands-off at this point. Get up into the optimal zone. It doesn't matter where in the optimal zone we are. We dial our laser power back until it's stable. Sort of around, you know, a little bit less, somewhere around there. Hands off again. And we just sit here and wait. We sit here and wait. One thing I have noticed is normally I'll break all of my nodes and then I'll gobble up the gems. But if we gobble these up now, before we go ahead and break any others, We'll jump out, quickly check the hopper. There's going to be 30 gems in there. That if I go ahead and I start breaking the other rocks before I gobble these ones up, I will in fact actually destroy some of the gems that are on the ground. Hey Pigeon, how are you? Hey look Dad, the real pro streamer is back. That's it. I'm cool, just 2 mil in the reclaimer in the EPTU. Wow, crazy. We'll go ahead and check the hopper. 30 gems. 30 gems. That was on a node that was 88% hadonite. It's boring. Rinse and repeat. It doesn't matter what the composition of the rock is. The only thing I see changes is how long you need to put power in before you get the green. Yeah, that's it. You know, let's do this one. 63% hadonite. The other one was 88. Let's do this one. 60. It's the same. You get the idea, right? You know, we apply power, 100%. It's good to see you too, Pigeon. Good to see you too. So we put some power in. The instability when you're prospecting plays a massive role in what you can break and how easy it is to break. The instability affects the optimal window, the green zone, right? The size of the green zone does not change when you're rock mining, irregardless of what the instability says. Obviously, when you're prospecting, the higher percentage of, you know, tier 1 or whatever valuable minerals in that rock you're breaking, the higher the instability, right? And, you know, the smaller or bigger your green zone will be. Rock mining, it's the same. 100% of the time, it makes zero difference. Now, we'll drop down on some Dolovine when we find it and go have a look how big the optimal window is because, you know, if I'm being honest, I haven't checked lately. Well, I haven't checked since I've been thinking about all of this. If it's exactly the same. I've got a feeling it's probably going to be exactly the same. Maybe the optimal window will be a little larger because, you know, Dolovine's less unstable than hadonite. There's nothing here that's making this fun or interesting or engaging. Like it was in the previous couple of patches when everyone was losing their minds about, you know, the power spiking and actually having to do fucking work. You know, everyone was just losing their shit. Meanwhile, I was there having a fucking time of my life, and then they returned us to the fucking play school, you know, this, you know, kindergarten playground and said, here you go, here, have the most boring experience of your life. So if you want to watch Netflix and do something else and chill, you know, this is all I've been doing this afternoon. Literally like this. That's not engaging gameplay. That's not engaging gameplay. So yes, if you're after a super chill activity where you don't really need to do anything or think much, then you know, gem mining in its current form is fantastic. And I know I'm probably going to upset a lot of people, but you know, it's the reality of what we have now. It's like the T0 implementation of salvage. Lots of people unhappy with how the T0 has been implemented, and I can understand that. But at the end of the day, that is tier 0. This is not tier 0 mining. We had a mining refactor, you know, relatively recently. So I am hoping as, you know, things continue to, you know, evolve and, you know, all that sort of stuff. So right now we've busted 3 nodes. We busted a rock, gobbled up the gems. So we should have, in the back of the hopper, 180 gems. Get a reclaimer and go salvaging then. Yeah, exactly. You know, that right now is not fantastic gameplay. The whole point and click to, you know, fracture and then disintegrate. Oh, sorry, no, 30. We busted 3 nodes, 30 per node, 90 gems. That is not fantastic gameplay right now. So, you know, hopefully that continues to evolve and improve and it becomes more interesting. Salvaging looks fun now. Well, salvaging has more point. There's more things to do, right? But how that's been implemented is not fantastic. So the first thing that came to my mind was all these details on the right, they bear no significance to the rock mining experience. Perhaps they're going to at some stage. Why have a composition of 88% hadonite and 12% inert materials if it's meaningless or irrelevant? Obviously, the foundation or the framework is there. It's just not being utilized at the moment. So I made some notes. How can we make this more interesting? How can we, have actually involved gameplay where we're constantly, having to interact to get the most value out of these minerals or these gems. All right, so we'll dial this back. Still got 2 more pillars of salvage to be introduced yet. Are you talking about Maelstrom and what's the other one? Still haven't been on since summer. School and medical keeps me on Earth. Looking forward to getting back in during the holidays. Well, I hope when you do get back in, Pigeon, you're having a hell of a lot of fun. And, despite my moaning and groaning, I really do enjoy Star Citizen in all its weird quirkiness. And, part of what keeps me playing is that, I'm well and truly been puffing on the copium pipe, right? And the hopium pipe, and, I'm right there. So let me bring up my notes. We'll gobble these ones up. Leave that there. Let me bring up my notes. How can we make this more enjoyable? What are your suggestions? What are your ideas? Because these are mine. Point, click, and wait, right, is becoming incredibly boring. Well, it's the same thing that we've had for ages. Firstly, we need the ability to customize the rock. Now, obviously, these will be coming, hopefully, in the future. We have the ability to install components and stuff, but we need the flexibility, or we need the mechanics, just like a prospector has, to change the laser, to install different gadgets, to mess around with the components so that we can tune and tweak our rock for certain situations. Just like you can with the prospector. You can change out the modules on the prospector on the fly when you're in the field based on the ore that you've come across. Do I need more power, or perhaps I'll come across a rock that is of sufficient mass that I'm capable of breaking it without an increase in power. I just want to modify the instability or lower the resistance. I can tweak and change things on the fly as we go. So firstly, we need the ability to be able to customize the rock in the field. Yes, the resource management, fuel siphoning, and oxygen and gas collection. Oh, and water too, apparently. So yeah, lots of big things for salvage, which is wonderful to see coming at some stage, right? Gobble gobble. We've dropped one. Let's go find it. So one of the major differences I've made in my rock mining is I have now been breaking each node and then gobbling it up straight away. Because otherwise, if I break all the nodes, I was noticing as I was playing around today, it's like I've seen random numbers in my hopper when I put it into the ship. 246, 481, whatever. And the only thing I can think is that as I'm breaking all the nodes, I'm destroying gems that are landing nearby. And the reason I say that is I broke one node earlier this afternoon or earlier this morning after I got back from work. And then I broke the node next to it. And some of the gems that were on the ground flew off a little bit of a distance. And that got me thinking, obviously, if I'm blowing up a rock right next to gems that are on the ground, I'm probably going to be affecting the gems. Which got me thinking about the quality of the gems. And we'll talk about that in a minute. So the first thing we need is the ability to, modify the rock, install different components and different, modules, if you will. The second thing we really badly need is just as you would when you're prospecting, you come across a cluster of rocks, and the rocks are all different. Generally, there's one consistent element across all. Say you come across a patch of 6 rocks. There'll generally be one consistent element in those rocks, but the others could all be varied, right? They've got different things in them. Right now, we come across a hadonite cluster, or a dolomite cluster, or an aphrite cluster. It's super boring. All that leads to is everyone just flying over dolomite and aphrite and just looking for hadonite. So instead of having a hadonite cluster, or a dolomite cluster, or an aphrite cluster, we have a cluster. And in that cluster are all different types of elements, right? Hadonite, dolomite, aphrite, janolite, diamonds, all the different sorts of minerals that we have in the game, right? That way, you know, just as you would when you're prospecting and you're looking at your scan and you see, that cluster over there only has 4 rocks. Or that's a double cluster over there of 12 rocks. You can see that from the RS signature, right? Let's quickly check our hopper. There were 6 nodes there. So we should have, are there 6 or 7? Anyway, we should have a round number back here. Oh, go! 180? Or 210? 180. Is that the clusters that we come across should be varied. So as we're looking at our scan results, you know, instead of, being primarily concerned with dolomite, aphrite, or hadonite, we're looking for the size of the cluster, right? Am I going to be bothered stopping for 4 nodes, or am I just looking for the big fields? So the clusters that we find need to be varied. They need to have, a varying degree of elements, so that when I land there on a cluster of 16 nodes, first it's 16 nodes, right? And I'm like, yes, 16 nodes. But what is in these 16 nodes? It's not the case that every time when you're prospecting that you drop onto a patch of 7 rocks, right? That they're all going to be good. Some of them are going to be rubbish. And then you've got to make a decision, right? You've got to make a choice about, which one of those rocks you're going to mine. Are you going to skip over the whole field and look for another field? You have to make a decision. That's the first, part of it, making things interesting. I found something. There's a lot of them. What is here? Coupled with the ability for my rock to be customized, I might say, okay, well, of these 12 rocks that I found, oh God, of these 12 rocks that I've found, yeah, there we go. Only 7 of them are of importance to me. Or I could mine those 7, quickly switch out my lasers, and maybe get some valuables out of 2 others. But it's not going to be great because, maybe they're not good minerals. I just want to take them with me. So components need to be customizable. Secondly, we got to stop this, hadonite business. This is the quantanium equivalent, right, of prospecting. Nobody looked for anything other than quantanium because it was the most valuable, right? So the same thing is happening here. Nobody looks for anything other than hadonite because hadonite's the most valuable. We've got to have a reason for searching for other things. Now, at the moment, there's not much of a reason, right? Until we get some sort of crafting or something going on, or a reason to be looking for aphrite or dolomite, the only real main purpose is value, right? And that's fine. 7. This is some gems down here. Let's go have a look. It's super dark, man. It's super dark. We should find some light. And so that's fair enough, right? There's no reason to look for dolomite or aphrite. It's not used for anything. It doesn't have any, associated reason to look for those minerals. So that's fair enough. I can understand, we're looking for, value at this point. Metaphysical, how are you? You're getting ads? And I get ads right away. Do I have ads? Why am I not getting any money? So I can understand that, you know, right now, fine. There's no reason to look for anything other than Hadanite or to look for the most valuable materials, right? Because there's no crafting, there's nothing. So that's fine. As the game progresses and things develop and there becomes a reason. I've noticed this also. I've got 1770 RS signature on the screen, but no opportunity markers except for these clouds, right? So my opportunity is going to be inside that cloud. There it is, just popped. $18,750. This is another thing I've noticed. We don't always get those little blue opportunity markers. Sometimes they're inside these clouds, right? When I see an RS value, but no opportunity markers, normally there'll be a cloud. And I found some really nice clusters today like that. I couldn't see an opportunity marker, but I could see an RS value on my screen. And so I looked around in the nearby area for those little clouds. And I found a cluster of 12 Hadanite like that. So, I'm really enjoying this scanner. 8,300 is not something we're interested in. So the ability to install different modules or to be able to customize the ROC based on what we come across in the field. 2, get rid of Dolomite, Aphorite, and Hadanite clusters. Now let me bring back up my list of numbers. Okay, this one is not one of them. 11040. Get rid of Dolomite, Aphorite, and Hadanite clusters. And just like this does, right now I've got a cluster of rocks here, right? But, there could be anything there. So I'll go and have a bit of a look and see what's there and make my decision. Firstly, based on the information that I have, there's 6 rocks here. And then secondly, when I go down and scan them, what is in there? Is it worth my time looking for stuff in this cluster, or do I just move on to the next one? Like that one that I just passed over, 620, I immediately know that there's only one node there. It's not worth my time. I'm not going to go have a look. The next cluster I come across, there might be 12 nodes there. Here, the 1840. No, this is also a rock. 1860 is 3 nodes. I want my first, experience to be just this. This is perfectly fine. Scan, it gives me, the RS, what does the RS mean? Resonance sequence, or whatever that means. It gives me the information that I need to know how much of something is there. But what I don't know is the something. Right now, we find out the something by going and having a look. We peek in and have a look at the colors, or, we use the scanner to, bring up the detail of what cluster of gems is there. And if it's not Hadanite, we keep moving. All right? First part's fine, identifying what's there on the ground. Second part is not great. I want a varied cluster of all different sorts of minerals. And they exist now in the game. What's up, sweetheart? I am streaming. What's up? What do you need? All right, give me 1 minute. Ponder your thoughts. Let me know in chat how you feel about the current state of rock mining, what you think would be nice to have, and I will continue my rant when I get back in just a minute. right. Oh, here we are. I just finished doing 2 hours of asteroid mining and got 117 SCU in the refinery. Would have 16 SCU more, but NPCs shot off half my bags in one trip. Amazing, sick, that's so exciting. Which took me 25 minutes to sort out. What? That's awesome. Went to Arc L4 to claim the prospector and slammed into the hangar. So I went to Everest after that, amazing. I really want there to be more NPC encounters. There really needs to be more of them. Listen to me tonight. I want more. It's not good enough. Oh boy. All right, let's see what we find now. How big is the cluster I find next going to be? Not whether will it be Dolomite, Hadonite, or Aphorite. 11,520. No. 11,780 is the closest. And it's not what we're looking for. They're rocks down there, baby. They're rocks. So I'm sure the more of this I do, the more familiar with the numbers I'll become, and I can stop, referencing my little chart over here. Never a dull moment. Love it. This is going to be a big double cluster. How big is my cluster going to be? Not what is it. I whacked the 2 NPCs though. Nice one. It'd just make it so much more interesting. Like obviously the game, yes, I'm very well aware is in alpha and there's a lot of development to come, but like in every MMO, like we have NPC encounters now, right? 11,040. Nope. In every NPC, in every MMO I've played or every RPG, you're constantly dealing with, NPCs, right? Bandits attacking you, or some situation is always going on, right? And that's what those games are about, and that's cool. Obviously that's not what Star Citizen is about, but it needs to have a really good dose of that. Like, for example, if I'm flying around for 3 hours rock mining and I don't see another player, then I certainly should be having some interactions with NPCs way more often than we are right now. I just want more of that. So now we've found something here. So now I go in and scan them and say Dolomite. No, I never find Aphorite on Magda. What are these? Let's turn that light off so we can see properly. There we go. I thought my internet went down. Dolomite. So instead of finding a cluster and then coming through and going, okay, well, is my ship scanner powerful enough to scan each one of these? Like in a prospector, the rocks are big, right? So you can hover over each of the rocks and, scan each of them and identify what's inside them and, make your decision without having to actually sit down and get out. But here in the rock, that experience is different. It needs to be different. We're not prospecting, right? We can tell, we can't tell what these are from the ship. Well, right now we can. If I had a good enough scanner in my ship and I wanted to spend the time, scanning this node, just like I would with, a prospector, right? Scan this node, scan this node, scan this node. I'd rather, the scanner here just tells us, look, there's, something over there in the distance and it's got like, 7,440. It's returning an RS value of 7,440, which is 12 nodes, right? So I'm like, okay, there's my first piece of information. I'm going to go over and have a look at what these 12 nodes are now. As opposed to prospecting where I'd then stay in my ship and, have a look, I'd have to at this point sit down, get my rock out because it's got a more appropriate scanner for scanning these very small, rock clusters or these nodes on the ground. So I have to land now, I have to get out, and I'd have to go and have a look. I know a lot of people are going to go, no, But this is what makes things interesting, having to do stuff. One of the big issues that Star Citizen has is it is ridiculously easy and so quick to make millions of dollars without doing anything. I don't understand how that is enjoyable at all. At all. I want to have a fun gameplay session for 2-3 hours where I'm constantly interacting, I'm constantly involved, I'm constantly questioned, I'm constantly having to make choices. If that was my gameplay experience, I'd be so happy to walk away from that with 10 grand. Because I'm enjoying the gameplay. Right now, Star Citizen is just about a chase for money. Chase for money. And players will find every way to break every patch just so they can make millions of credits so they can buy more ships. It doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't make any sense to me. How do we find, as Pigeon says, adds to the immersion? How do we find the gameplay? How do we find the fun? Forget about the fucking credits, people. It is all pointless at this stage. It is all going to change in the future. Think about how the game can work. Provide those suggestions on fucking Spectrum and, the game chats and stuff and your blogs and your videos and your posts. How can we make the gameplay more interesting? Because right now it is the most boring experience. I'm sitting in the middle of this fantastic bubble, right? Star Citizen is a wonderful experience. But part of that is influenced by the peripherals, right? Your thought. And I'm very much, as I said before, sucking deep on that copium pipe, right? And sucking deep on that hopium pipe. The potential, and everybody sees it who plays this game, the potential for this game to be completely amazing is right there. It's time, right? Yes, as time continues to, move on and the game continues to develop, more of these things will be realized. And, once all the major tech pillars and stuff are out of the way, we can look for blah, blah, blah. We can look forward to all that. But in the meantime, how can we make what we have interesting? Firstly, give us components on the rock. Secondly, get rid of these single mineral clusters. Thirdly, give us a reason to get out of the ship every time we find a cluster that we're interested in mining. Some people will stop at anything more than 3 nodes or 4 nodes. Some people won't stop for anything less than, 10. That's their choice. A player-driven choice. And then we get out and go and have a look. When we find the next nodes or the next cluster of Hadonite, we will get back on the ground and we'll talk about some of the changes on the ground. See, no opportunity marker popped up for that rock, and neither did an RS value. I'm really enjoying this scanner. It's completely changed how I look for my clusters, and that I love. Obviously this has been in for a while and I've just been, I'm not going to use it. I'd rather just fly around and look for opportunities that pop up when they're close to me. But as I said, now that I'm getting used to seeing past the HUD, it's no longer massively distracting. It's actually doing what it's designed to do, giving me the information that I need while I'm flying along. And I found some wonderful clusters, far off, that I never would have gone to have a look at before if I didn't get that information. So I love this scanner now. I've learned to look past it. And it's doing what it's designed to do, giving me some information about what's out there. We need money sinks, Rhino. We do indeed. Money is meaningless unless we have a reason to earn it, and just buying ships isn't a reason. It's spot on, Rhino. 100% agree. 100% agree. We need money sinks. Now, those will come in time. And I can certainly understand the argument that some people will make, saying, the game is still in, very early development, that, punishing players with, I think, like, for example, what's that other game called? Dangerous, like, what's it called? The other space one that everybody plays. Oh, God, what's it called? You guys know what it is. Put it in chat. It's the other space game, right? Oh, it's Dangerous something, right? Or something dangerous. I can't remember. Oh my God. See, there's something here, right? But it's not popping up on the... There's no R. Look at that. Look at that. That one to the left showed an RS value and an opportunity marker. This one didn't. Different clusters. They're different clusters. But the little cloud told me something was there, so I slowed down to have a look. Elite Dangerous. Elite Dangerous. Thank you so much. You know, like Elite Dangerous has their... I think they have like weekly ship maintenance costs, so that, you know, you've got to pay a maintenance cost for your ship. You know, taxes, if you will. But yes, however it's implemented, we need money sinks. Obviously in the insurance system, when that comes in, you know, I'm hoping that there's like a, you know, for those ships that have, you know, LTI and or you know, assurance period. No, however it is implemented right now, I 100% agree. We need money sinks. And not just the cost of repairs or the cost of modules, but, you know, just a tax, if you will. Repairs need to cost lots more. Fuel prices need to be increased. Basic hangar fees introduced. Yes, I like that idea very much. All three of those. 12,600. It's not on our list. Might go over the flats this way a little bit. We're still pinging at 90 degrees, so I'm just seeing what's in front of me. Not really left or right, just what's in front of me on the screen. Yeah, something like that, yeah. Elite Dangerous. But another thing we have discussed before is having a fluid economy. That will make things more fun as well. A fluid economy, yeah, for sure. You know, that's definitely a long, long way off. 3,726 notes. See, this is one of those ones that popped up. This is how I would fly before. Just waiting for these things to pop up and then go check them out. Ooh. It's deceptive when it's dark like this, how quickly you're flying. Okay, forget about whatever these are. Let's just get on the ground and go mine them. I think we had our landing gear. There we go. And then we can talk about some of the other things that's on the ground here. So this is the experience that I want. I found 6 nodes, right? I don't know what they are from the ship. Unless I had a dedicated rock mining ship, like the Nomad, that had a powerful enough scanner or something that you could tune and tweak, so that you could scan those from the air, taking the time to look at all 6 of these and go, you know, medical fees, yes please. Respawning after death should cost also 100%. 100% agree. You have been charged for your medical expenses. That solves a whole bunch of issues with people just backspacing. Cost 15 grand for a medical rescue, right? Basic medical rescue service beacon. It should cost you 15 grand if you die, period. That'll stop all the backspaces, the people, you know, just teleporting between, you know, fucking Orison and Lawville because it's just easier to backspace. You agree to Pigeon docking fees, berths for personnel, rentals, etc. Yeah, exactly. But alas, I don't think any of this will be brought in until quantum is in. And this is the other thing. People, you know, quantum. It's when. We can have some of these basic things next week. And with minimal programming requirements and still have quantum, which is 5 years away at the very minimum. Aphorite, oh wow. See? Did you see that? Oh wow, Aphorite. I wasn't expecting to find that here. I immediately had a positive reaction to finding, you know, the second most valuable gem. It didn't bother me that it was the second most valuable gem. I was just excited to, you know, see something. Oh, Aphorite. How much Aphorite is in this? 87%. What happens to the other 12.28% inert material? It just fucking disappears. When you're prospecting, it doesn't disappear. You gobble it up. So herein now lies the second change. Well, the third one, I suppose. I've come down on a cluster. Flying along, I found a cluster of 6 rocks. I sat down, I got out. The first one I came across was Aphorite. Okay? Aphorite. These are all going to be Aphorite, right? Ooh, a little bit of Dolovine. Dolovine, Aphorite. Ooh, there's a little bit of Hadonite in this one. It's the modern day, the current day equivalent of that little bit of Quantanium. And you're like, oh, Quantanium being unstable, right? You've got to make the decision. Do I take this 18% Quantanium and then have to leave because I can't look around for more to top up my hoppers? Do I take that Quantanium and go and refine it and then come back and keep, you know, start again on my next, you know, prospecting run? Or do I say, listen, you know, I'm only a quarter full. I'd rather not take that tiny amount of Quantanium. I'd rather just, I've got to make a choice. Now I've sat down, I've analyzed what's on the ground in front of me. I've had that experience of interacting with the gameplay, looking at the UI, taking the information that's been presented to me and having to make an informed decision. What's the plan on oxygen? I mean, we live in spacesuits, and spacesuits, oxygen seems like an important commodity to be traded. Well, that's one of the things that they're talking about on resource management, and some of the recent videos from CIG have talked about the fact that your spacesuits, you know, spacesuits right now have limited oxygen, but you very rarely ever need to carry an oxy pen with you. The only time I see people using oxy pens is when they break out of prison and they've got to run from the prison all the way over to the little settlement, which is quite a way away. And for that, you need oxy pens because you're running for, 40 minutes. You need oxy pens, right, to refresh your oxygen suit. But that, CIG have talked about this, that your suits will have limited EVA fuel, they'll have limited oxygen. You'll have to make the decision about whether you use EVA fuel when you're EVAing around in space, or whether you push and pull, right? Or whether if your suit's propellant has become exhausted and you just need to go a little bit further and there's nothing for you to grab to pull yourself along in space, like you're on a space station. Let's say you're in deep space and you're outside your ship, your suit's out of EVA propellant and you've got a tiny amount of oxygen. You can use that oxygen as your propellant to push you closer towards the ship, hoping that you're going to get all the way to the ship to be able to then take your helmet off and breathe before your suit runs out of oxygen. So they have talked about, that sort of resource management as part of the engineering gameplay. Just like your ships will, in that new system have oxygen in them, you need to manage the atmosphere in your ship. So that, they have talked about, various, mechanics of managing, resources, specifically oxygen, water, and fuel. The fuel for your ships, fuel for your suit, propellant, all that sort of stuff, which is super exciting. Does anyone know, if you do a medical beacon, do you get a crime stat? Why would you get a crime stat? No. If you respond to a medical beacon, let's say someone is downed in a bunker, right? And you're going there for a medical beacon. This has come up so many times that you do not have the mission to go to that bunker. So you will be trespassing when you get to that bunker. If you die in that bunker, you are trespassing and you go to prison, even though you are responding to a medical beacon. Now, some would argue that that medical beacon has been issued by the personnel who's been downed on the ground and not by Hurston Dynamics or Crusader Security or whoever. And so therefore you don't have a legitimate reason to go there. I think you might see that change, and one way that I can see that changing is if you had a medical profession, right? You just like you do when you're bounty hunting, right? Or you get your mercenary license, you get your bounty hunter license, you get your ER, your medical certification through the medical guild. That if you are a member of that medical guild and you are responding to a legitimate medical beacon, then you have the authorization to go to somewhere that you wouldn't normally be authorized to go to in order to respond to that medical beacon. How they manage that, obviously if someone's downed in a bunker, then the game needs to know that, wow, there is a significant delay. There is a massive delay on YouTube. The game needs to know that that player is downed in the bunker. You are responding to the medical beacon in that bunker, and therefore that bunker's hostility, friend or foe, system needs to be disengaged when you approach it. It's quite a complicated thing, but yes, right now, if you respond to a medical beacon and you go to a place that you're not allowed to go in order to respond to that medical beacon, then you can be charged with crimes. This delay is significant. It is significant. All right, let's get on with our rock mining. Gobble up some aphrite. Okay, so the first thing I notice, let's just change this. When we're mining some aphrite, our overcharge is significantly larger. And we need way less power. You can see it has 0 instability and 0 resistance. So we only need a tiny amount of power to get up into that green zone. Right? The green zone does look marginally larger than it would for Hadonite. Marginally larger. Whereas if you look at something like, gold or Quantanium, gold's a bad example, but, Quantanium specifically, its optimal window, its instability is significant, that the optimal window is really, really small. All right, let's see what we get out of these. I don't know what the delay difference between YouTube and Twitch is, but I'm looking back on the YouTube stream, and right now I'm sucking up these gems, but on the stream I'm still ranting. All right, let's go have a look. Skeet, yo, how are you? All right, did we get 30 gems? We did, 30 gems. So irregardless of the gems composition, we still get 30 gems. I like the idea of having a profession to go do medical beacons or refueling in space, etc. Yeah, exactly. And they have spoken before, CIG, about the reputation system and having it diversified. So right now, this is giving me a different gameplay experience than Hadonite, right? Because it charges a lot faster. I have to manage this a little bit more because I can put, more power into this rock and therefore overcharge it more easily. If this was a mixed cluster of minerals, then I'm not just set and forgetting 12 times. My breaking experience, or my experience when I'm breaking the nodes, I should say, is different because there's different nodes on the ground. It's not just the same, like I'm not just doing 12 Hadonite nodes and falling asleep in my chair. See, I can't just go straight to 100, let it build and then dial it back. I have to build it up slowly because if I go straight to 100, it's going to overcharge super, super quick. This is already a way more engaging experience. A, because it's different than what I'm used to, right? And if, you know, of these 6 nodes that we've found, I had different experiences breaking each of these nodes, it's way more engaging. I actually have to pay attention. Cross, how are you? Reki, T, and Crouch, it's good morning. Right at 8 o'clock here in Atlanta. How you doing, Viv? I'm very well, thanks, mate. I'm very well. It's Saturday night here. Had a bit of a sleep during the day. And thought we'll jump onto some Star Citizen now, given that I'm going to be awake now for hours. Slept for 8 hours during the day today. I'm on 12-hour days next week, in the last couple of weeks before Christmas over at Qantas Freight. There's a huge amount of international freight that needs to be processed. So, doing a huge amount of overtime, which is wonderful. Big Christmas money for me. I'm very well. I'm here. I'm having a rant session today. Well, not a rant session. I don't want it to be a rant. You know, I really want to have a discussion about how rock mining, specifically rock mining, but obviously I'm happy to talk about anything, can be improved. What are people's thoughts on the gameplay experience? Like, I noticed a lot of people saying that after I got back, that rock mining's been fixed. You know, there's not this wild instability issue that you have to deal with. You know, it's back to the good old days. Well, the good old days were not good old days. They're boring. I loved how it was previously. How it would spike every now and then and you'd have to manage that. It just wasn't set and forget and sit there and fall asleep. Oh wow, I'm a bit behind the chat. I like the professional possibilities too, getting location permits based on supply chain, union affiliation, etc. Yeah, that'd be cool. Skizzy, been trying to stream all week, have you? But had a 50+ hour week. Yeah, I feel that. I only need 2 more before the 11th to hit affiliate on Twitch. Oh, lovely. Oh, 2 more streams. Oh, that's awesome, man. Yeah, I really enjoyed that part of Twitch. You know, Twitch has that game, right? It's the mini game of streaming. Whereas YouTube doesn't have any of that. Twitch has all their achievements and badges and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, there's a mini game that you can play on Twitch, right, when you're streaming. I really enjoyed that about Twitch. All right, let's get, whoops, wrong key. This one. A little later today and tomorrow. There we go, man. Oh, and you're sucking an Aphrodite, which you cannot sell in 321. Yeah, that's all right. I don't really... What's going on? Let's put that away. And get that back out. We're just here just so I can have a chat about what's happened to my mining arm. Okay, let's do this. We're going to talk about these MFDs in a minute. Let's turn the mining arm off. Let's turn the rock off. And let's get out. Yeah, we're just here, you know, I don't need to sell it, man. Money is meaningless. We're just here just so I can have a chat about the mechanics of mining. Anyone used the large handheld tractor yet? Well, I haven't used it for anything large, but I've certainly used it. Something has happened to my arm. I know this has something to do with my Toby or something else. Let's give it some power back. I really like having to interface with the MFDs. It takes a rifle slot. Yeah, on your backpack, yeah. what is going on with the arm? This is super weird. I like this, actually. It now gives me a reason to have to mechanically make some modifications to my vehicle in the field. So my first point being here that, you know, the composition of this does nothing. What happens to the inert materials? And every time I fracture one of these rocks, irregardless of the composition, I'm going to get 30 gems. As long as I break and gobble, break and gobble, break and gobble, it's 30 gems guaranteed every time, irregardless of the composition. That's the only downside for you, is it's taking up a rifle slot on your backpack. I like that idea. You know, it's a big tool, right? You get to sling it on your back. Turn mining mode off and on again. Arm needs resetting. Yeah, we tried that a couple of times. We'll try it again in a minute. Oh god, I'm hoping this is just server lag and my internet hasn't gone down again. They need to finish mining head animation for the rock laser. What animation was there supposed to be? We'll gobble these ones up. Oh, has it reset itself? I think it has. No. Alright, let's turn the mining mode off. All the others have it, even the hand run. Oh, where it spins around at the front. This has something to do, I think, with the targeting. That's right, we'll be alright here. We'll figure that out in a minute. Yeah, okay, so that, yeah, the animation, the spinning laser head. So then, you know, looking at this composition and realizing that 92% aphrite and 7.7% inert is meaningless, it got me to thinking about, you know, obviously that composition needs to work. If it's 92% aphrite and 7% inert material, then I shouldn't be getting 30 gems when I break this rock. I should be getting the equivalent of however much aphrite is in here, plus the inert material that's on the ground. Just like a prospector would suck up inert material as it's, you know, gobbling up the ore, the rock should do the same thing. Unless, just like a prospector, I put something like an FLTRX module on there, which is going to filter out, you know, 30% of that inert material, so I'm not gobbling up as much inert material. If the rock had something like that, i.e. coming back to my first point, I think, about having components on the rock, then you know, it immediately makes that decision. Am I going to break a 52% hadonite rock, or do I leave that and just break everything that's over 70% because I don't want to be gobbling up too much inert materials? Or do I quickly jump out, go back to my ship, get a module, come back, whack it in the rock to filter out some of that inert material? More decisions. You know, gaming should be about decisions, especially in this immersive gameplay sandbox environment. Everything I do should be based on having to make decisions about what I'm doing, which is going to influence the outcome of, you know, what I'm expecting. So the composition needs to work. Obviously, the foundation is there for it. It just doesn't seem to be functional at the moment. So we can chalk that one up to, okay, maybe it's supposed to work like that, and right now it doesn't, and maybe in the future it will work like that. That's fine. Okay, great. So instead of just getting 30 gems per node, I actually get the mathematically correct number of gems based on the composition. Cool. Let's just assume that's what's going to happen. There we go. 6 nodes. 180 gems in the hopper. A long boil. Had one that never popped. Yeah, I think that pretty much that's the server issue. On the money. 180 gems exactly. Composition irregardless. So if the composition worked, then, you know, I'm already more engaged because I've got to make the decision about, from this cluster, what do I want to mine? Because, you know, I don't want to be gobbling up a whole bunch of inert material, right? Do I simply not take some of those nodes because there's just too much inert material? Or can I combat that by having modules or something like that, which is going to allow me to filter out some of that inert material, etc. I'm faced with a choice. Yeah, you got injured. Yeah. I think I knocked myself on the tire. So just having the composition alone right now functioning as I'm sure it is intended to function would be a significant change. Because I can tell you, if, you know, I'm sucking up gems as well as inert material, scrap, then, no, that goes in the vehicle. Then I can tell you for sure, I'm not going to be sucking up, oh, that's Aphrite. We can't stack up with some Hadonite. Then I'm not just going to be sucking everything up, right? I'm going to have to be making a decision, which is already, you know, making me interact with the mechanics. A tough tire, yeah. All right, I'm not sure how much I'm enjoying this darkness. Let's make a change. Let's make a change. We might boot around. I really do enjoy this spirit. This is just my loner for my Zeus. Really looking forward to, you know, engineering gameplay and, you know, large ships becoming more difficult to manage solo. So the Zeus being a much larger ship than this is going to require multiple players for it to function properly. I'm really tempted to just, you know, I've mentioned this so many times now, reassess my fleet and melt a bunch of stuff and maybe pick up the C1. This is my daily driver now. She's a wonderful ship to fly. I need to put an overlay on my OBS like Space Tomato has, that I can quickly change my scene. It gets rid of the chat, gets rid of me, and it puts in the 2 black cinema bars. That looks so cool. Oh man, this game is amazing. All right, let's my niece thinks Roblox is more fun than this game. Yeah, I can understand that. I still can't get my daughter to play. She's got her own ship, her own account, everything. But she'd rather just play Roblox. And, you know, for a young kid, she's only 10, I can totally understand. You know, Star Citizen is a special type of game. You know, it's not just the game, it's the peripherals, right? It's the whole development of the game. It's, you know, all the possibilities that as adults we can indulge in. But for children, you know, 16. But for children, you know, they're very much more interested in the now experience rather than, you know, the long haul. What it could possibly be like. I have a million screenshots. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's easy to do, man. It's easy to do. Screenshot. I have noticed here on Magda, these areas of blue seem to have a higher concentration of Hadonite, but, you know, I haven't really tested that. It's just an observation. You have way too many screenshots, Pigeon. Set them to desktop backgrounds. Oh, I like that idea. So the composition needs to work. How is everybody? I hope everyone's well. Thank you for choosing to spend some of your time with me. I have noticed lots of people coming and going as they've been disappearing after my rants. So thank you to those, you know, who are chilling out with me, spending some of your time. I guess tonight's not one of those sessions where everything is sunshine and rainbows. It's quite unusual for me to have a bit of a rant. All right, I brought back up my notes again. They change every 30 seconds. Wow. That's quick, man. 11780. That's a massive cluster. 11780 is 19. And I never would have known that if I wasn't using the scanner. I probably would have passed straight over it because it was the first thing that popped up as I was coming down and I would have just skipped it. But there's 19 nodes here of probably Dolovine. But otherwise it'd be 19 nodes of something here, right? So let's sit down and gobble up some Dolovine. Continue having a bit of a ramble. So now, found 19 nodes. I get out of my ship, jump in my rock that's capable of analyzing those nodes that are on the ground and find out what we've got there. Slash, how are you, mate? Hello, you lovely Twitchers and scum on YouTubes. You're looking forward to the engineering gameplay for sure. I like the pipes and wires. Yeah, you know, it's going to make things more interesting. We need things to be interesting. Right now, everything is just, you know, all tier 0, right? You still haven't even been to Seraphim, Pigeon? I think I went there once. It's just like every other space station. There's so many, you'll never see the same one in a day, hey Skeek. That's amazing. Alright, let's fire up. Let's see if our mining arm behaves. Maybe I damaged it somehow. Alright, so now I come to my cluster and I find out what's here. Get my mining head out. Something funky is going on here. Something funky. I know it has something to do with my view. What is it? I've seen this happen before, but I don't remember how I fixed it. Alright, let's turn everything off. Let's get cooler back on first, right? Or start. Let's get the cooler on. Not that we really need it here. I broke it? Yeah, possibly. Needs a blue pill. Alright, let's fire up the mining laser. The drivetrain. I can't wait. Like, we're going to talk about MFDs in a minute and how we can actually make the actual process of mining more interesting. We've spoken about the fact that there should be mixed clusters here. Instead of this all just being Dolovine or Hadanite or Aphrodite or whatever, there should be a mixed cluster of minerals. We've spoken about the composition, right? So when we look at one of these rocks here, you know, we actually have to make a decision about what we mine and you know, what we're going to receive from this. Like 71% Dolovine, 8% inert. Which ones do I break and which ones don't I break? Etc, etc. Let's get the mining arm powered up. Nope. Maybe we're going to have to go change our rock. Right, so we've made a decision to break this node, right? Let me just have a quick look at my nodes. I like the scanning feature, searching around for nodes, etc. Mining process is boring and relatively simple. When a field is located, each node should be scanned to identify its properties, minerals, its inert percentage, its resistance, etc. Those factors determine how the node is broken and what is yielded from it. We've just been through all of that. Based on the components installed on the rock, on my MFD here, this one that says target, why does this even exist? It's not like we're fighting other ships here, right? So this got me thinking, this target screen here, you know, I'd come up to this node, when I'm, you know, actively hovering over it, it activates that target screen, right? And then, if my arm was behaving itself normally, I'd be able to use, you know, my focus key and, you know, interact with the MFD to, much like you would with a mining gadget, you put that on the rock and you see a little sine wave, right? Curves. And you get 3 different sliders to adjust the gadget to the composition of the rock that it's on, and it shows you a little percentage of the match between the gadget and the rock that is on, and that's different for each rock you put it on. It's different. So now, to break this rock in the most efficient manner possible, to make sure that I actually get as much of that 80% dolivine as possible, I then have to make a couple of quick adjustments. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, I'm 92% matched to this rock. Now I start fracturing the rock. The higher level my components are, the quicker and easier and the more accurate my match is going to be. So if I've got, you know, 100,000, you know, credit components in my rock, I'm going to get a better outcome than if I had a $20,000 component installed in my rock. Turn the rock's power off, sorry. Try left Alt and G. No, no worky. It's no worky. You still have a hard time keeping it down, Skeet? So now before I go ahead and break this rock, I need to match my laser's frequency to the, you know, the resistance and the instability of the rock. Get rid of this power scale on the right here, where I'm overcharging and I have this optimal zone. Get rid of it. That's perfectly fine for hand mining. All we have here in the rock is a duplicate of the hand mining experience. They should be different, right? This is fine for hand mining. But here, instead of me applying power to this rock and then powering it up like this, right? And then I dial it back and then I sit there in that green zone. Instead of this experience, I now, on my MFD, I have my laser tuned to the rock that I'm breaking. I manage in the same way that we do right now with the mouse wheel, or in my case on my throttle lever here, my power level as I'm watching that sine wave, right? And by the time I finish the break, which we can see the, you know, an indicator saying, you know, we're slowly getting there, the break's coming, I need to be managing that power consistently so my sine wave is matched as accurately as possible to the maximum potential that I set it for. Then based on the composition and my accuracy with the break determines how many gems I get. Already, I'm way more involved than I have been in the past. Oh, I think my laser's working. I should not speak too soon. This chat took a turn. So already I'm way more engaged. Let's fire up. kind of need to have the engine on so I can, I guess once we get into position, we can turn it off. I'm already way more engaged than just put power into the rock, dial it back into the optimal zone, and then let it go. Because as I put power into this rock, it should continuously fluctuate, especially as I get closer towards the break. We're putting so much power, energy, heat, instability into this rock that as I approach the break, it should become even more challenging for me to break it at the maximum possible potential that my rock has been tuned for. It would make it way more engaging. Blue Saber, hello from the UK over there on Twitch. How are you, my friend? So I've broken the rock, right? Based on the composition and the accuracy of my break, which is influenced by me and the components in my rock, I end up with a certain number of minerals on the ground. All right? Now, to add a further level of complexity, as if we're not already getting complex enough, the last step of this process is the collection process, right? At this stage, I should be collecting some level of inert material, just like you do when you're prospecting. And I can limit that, A, by the components or the gadgets or the modules I have installed on my rock, and by the collection process itself. This is the last step, right? We used our scanner on the ship to find a cluster. We set down, we got out of our ship into our rock, and we scanned all of these to identify which of this field of 19 nodes we're going to be interested in mining. Then we tuned our laser for the rock. Each rock independently, I tune each, rock. I break it, hoping to achieve as close to that optimal level that I've tuned my rock for. Now I need to gobble them up. Mining is so much fun and skill involved. Yeah, well, that's what we're talking about, Blue Saber. There's not a great deal of skill involved here, my friend, sadly, especially rock mining. All I'm doing is putting a power into this. I wait until it hits the optimal. I dial the power back, and then I sit here and wait with my hands over my head. There we go. We hit our optimal zone. We've got a good level of power set in there. It's stabilized. Now I just sit back and do nothing. I'm not sure how much skill is involved in doing that, which is what this whole stream and me having a bit of a rant and, talking about how I'd like to see this profession actually become skill-based is about. So welcome. Thank you for joining us. My name is Viv, aka Crouch. Welcome to After Dark. It's a slightly unusual stream today. Normally I don't, get this deep into gameplay. I just enjoy it for what it is. But I really enjoy rock mining. It's something that I really love. I'm very much an industrialist in this game. I do enjoy running bunkers, but I'm not a PvPer. I enjoy the industrial game loops, and tonight I'm just voicing my opinions on how this could be so much more engaging. Oops. Okay. Need an FLTR module? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's definitely a necessity, Pigeon. Yeah, exactly. Your dad, Exoset, can't wait for the new Arastra. Yeah, that was a must buy for me, straight up. I was like, yep, done. I bought it within 5 minutes of it hitting the pledge store. And I'm super excited about that ship. Again, coupled in with the engineering gameplay and the fact that these big multi-crew ships are just going to be difficult to manage by yourself. Not impossible. You're just not going to get the peak performance out of it. And that's what we're talking about today in terms of rock mining, getting the peak performance out of your rock, out of its components, and out of you as the player. So it's not just point, click, dial, set, forget, hands over the head, and watch Netflix. Mole and prospector mining has been overcomplicated. I 100% disagree. It came in just as I was saying, maybe modules for the rock. Yeah. You agree, do you, Skeet? It's so difficult for a beginner. Yeah, I don't agree. Sorry, mate. At the moment, I think he's winning because he upgraded his prospector for it and got the prospector and the mole for it slowly. Yeah, exactly. Saw a lot of new games released this year, but SE is my only true love. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much the only game that I play, and every now and then I'll play some really old games, you know, just for the sake of playing some old games. I was, you know, in one of the Star Citizen lives where they were talking about the resource management and engineering gameplay. Torsten had mentioned that he doesn't want players to have to study a manual to understand how the gameplay works, and I agree with that, but there should be a manual for you to study if you actually want to be a good engineer. If this game is going to be a skill-based game and not a tree-based game, then the level of skill between somebody who just plays the game or somebody who specializes in their profession should be significant. And the outcomes in the game should be significant. If not everyone should just be able to be an engineer. Well, everyone should be able to be an engineer. Only those people who are an engineer should be a master engineer. It actually gives reason for people to say, this is my profession in the game. This is what I do. You know, there is a reason for you to have me on the crew. Because it is my profession. It is my chosen aspect of the game that I specialize in. That's the level of deepness that I wanted this game. You jonesing to get back in, Pigeon? Jump in, man. Fire it up. So we've used our scanner on the ship to identify that there's some sort of cluster. We sat down, we got our rock out, we came over, we analysed all these nodes here on the ground, we identified which of them we want to take and which ones we don't want to take. We then tuned our rock for each of those nodes independently, broke the nodes, just like we're about to do with this one. And now we get to the collection phase. To make the entire loop more interesting, the quality of the gems and minerals recovered would be influenced by how they are collected. Act roughly or without care and the gems could be fractured or damaged, resulting in a lower quality material. The higher the quality, the more valuable they are. This then allows the extraction process to be more involved and interesting. Instead of just pointing the laser and waving the beam at patches of gems, the player would have to make careful adjustments to their rock in order for the extraction process to provide the highest quality of gems. This is the last step, gobbling up these gems on the ground. If I just into this middle of gems fired my laser and gobbled them all up, you know, they're going to be fractured, broken, damaged. Their usefulness in different componentry and materials is going to be, you know, affected. Just like diamonds, right? You know, not all diamonds are the same. The quality is different, and how they are extracted from the ground influences, you know, how big the diamond is and what it can therefore be used for. So this part of this final part of the rock mining experience is where the value is determined. I found stuff, I sat down, I identified what it was, I carefully tuned my laser to make sure that I was breaking the rocks in the most efficient manner to maximize the number of gems that I'm getting. And the final stage is gobbling these up. And during that process of gobbling these rocks, I'm determining the quality and the value of the materials that I'm going to get when I sell them. You have to study a manual just to mine? No, you don't. What are you talking about? Especially with the gadgets. Hard as fuck to attach in right spot so you can read it, and too sensitive on settings. I love that. I had treatments this week, so my back is numb. I'm pretty horizontal for a few. Back on my feet, feeling 100 in no time though. Well, all the best for a recovery, mate. Not to mention knowing which gadget to use for which rock. Exactly, and that's what makes it a profession. As a newbie prospector pilot, I would be happy for a more detailed explanation on what affects the different factors affect the productivity and what I need to correct to make it easier for my mining. Bush Wookiees, you're right on the money there. And this is where what Star Citizen is lacking at the moment, and I totally understand why, because the game is in a continual state of flux and, you know, modifications and changes and iterations, that having access to in-game knowledge banks quickly becomes superseded with each iteration, right? But the game desperately lacks in-game mechanics for teaching players about their profession. And so the game desperately needs in-game mechanics, to be able to learn. And that they have mentioned that the Galactopedia will be available in-game. And so that will have an influence. Let's fire up that mining laser. So when the Galactopedia is available in-game, either in our Mobi-Glass or via the MFDs, and that's one thing that really irks me. And this is a player-based decision, right? And that I love. And I'm irked at myself, really. I've got to debind all my hotkeys. So I'm forced to have to use the MFDs to power things up and all that sort of stuff. It was one of the things that I really loved when I started playing the game in 3.15, was that if you wanted to call landing services, you used the MFDs. And then they introduced a hotkey and everyone cheered. And it removed some of that tactile sensation from the game. Now, I think it's wonderful that there's a hotkey option there. And for some players, you know, that's what they wanted. And, you know, obviously the majority of players seem to want that because everybody cheered. But you do have the ability as, you know, each independent or individual player to not do that. And so that I love. So yes, whilst I talk about this, you know, significant level of complexity, you should be able to go rock mining or prospector mining on easy mode. The only difference being, and it's exactly what they're saying now with the engineering gameplay, is that you won't get the most out of it. You won't get the most money, you won't get the most gems, you depending on what you want from the game, you won't get the most amount of satisfaction from the game. So yes, you should entirely be able to point and click, right? I do not disagree with that. But if you want to ensure that the 30 gems I've just swallowed up are the highest quality gems and sell for the most money, then you need to be a rock miner, not just a point and clicker. If you want to know more about ore mining, El Guapo can explain exactly how to make your trips more productive. He focuses mainly on ore mining. Yeah, exactly. El Guapo was great, man. I've really been enjoying his channel. So that's my feedback on rock mining at the moment, is that there needs to be a significant level of challenge in order to get the most out of this profession. You could, and you should be able to do exactly what we're doing now. Point, click, dial, set and forget. But someone who goes to the greater depths of learning and understanding and applying that knowledge to the profession should be 3, 4, 5 times more profitable than someone who points and clicks. But the pretty colors though. And so if I do want to, for example, just have a super chill, sit back and watch Netflix or do this shit, I should be able to do that, because sometimes that's what you want, right? You just want a chill out. And, you know, Star Citizen is wonderful for that. But if I'm here going, I'm going to make some serious money today, I'm going to configure and tune my rock for every single node. I'm going to configure and tune my rock for every single extraction. The value that I get from that and the time that I've spent doing that should be significantly more rewarded than just this. Look at the flowers. See, right now is about the time where I should be attacked by a roving band of NPCs. Or wild animals or something like that, and I've got to get out and defend myself. There is already a level of separation between the skill of a miner like you or Skeet and the general player. I think that can be expanded upon. Salvaging is chill and good money. Exactly. Again, that's another profession that badly needs an easy mode and a master mode. You just want a nice chill session? Go out there and point and click. You actually want to make some money? Do the job. Because yes, sometimes we do just want to have that chill session, right? But again, coming to back to that point that CIG have spoken so much about, that the game is a skill-based game. Right now, that you do something more than a dozen times and you're already maxed out on the skill tree. All right, that's me. Essentially, the number of gems is influenced by the break, and the quality and value of the gems is determined by the collection process. In order to collect the highest quality minerals, the rock should be the ideal distance away from the gems, blah blah blah, and tuned for the correct material that is being extracted, blah 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 blah. That's my feedback. That's my thoughts on how rock mining could become an actual profession rather than just an activity. I totally agree that it should still be an accessible activity. Everything in the game should be an accessible activity. But if you want to get the most out of that activity, then you really should need to have spent the time to understand it. And for that, we need the ability in-game to be able to learn that. Like in many games, let's take a Kingdom Come, for example. If you wanted to become a better, swordsmith, then you just go and say, I want training, right? And you pay gold and you level up your skill tree. Here in the game, you should actually have to read the Galactopedia and apply that knowledge, just like you would in real life, to the exercise at hand. Rather than just, put points in, so to speak. You put points into the skill tree. That's the guy, Bushwookies. El Guapo. Because right now, if I wanted to be a rock miner and have a channel like El Guapo's, all I'd be doing is this. I wouldn't be able to explain to you about any of the intricacies, or we've come across this rock. It has this mass. It has this instability. It has this resistance. It has these materials and minerals and composition. And to break this rock and get the most value from it, this is what we need to do. Couldn't do that because the mechanics just aren't there to be able to do that, like they are with ore mining. This is not a profession. It is something to do. It sucks that they nerfed bunker payouts. Yeah, I noticed that there's no more $90,000 bunkers. I don't mind that. The money that we're getting in this game right now is ridiculous. Ridiculous. I don't mind money nerfs at all. At all. Like in just the one session that we had last Sunday, we took an account with 0 credits to 703,000 credits in a single play session. Almost managed to buy a whole ship in one play session. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Nerf everything by 80%, and I'm here for it. It's ridiculous. A pastime versus a profession, bushwalkies. Yeah, exactly. I think people... No, darling, it's broken. It can't go in the bin. I think people have just become so used to easy money and quick, easy money because of, you know, issues with the game and, you know, not just... I'm not going to say the word hacks because they're not really hacks, but, you know, loopholes or badly designed gameplay. You know, providing players with millions and millions of credits every hour. That coupled with the fact that, you know, we've just become so used to... Like, let's take this for example. Let's turn this shit off for a second and continue our ranting. We need to eat and drink something. This mission here, research, deploy probe, 2,500 credits. Nobody does this mission because this is ridiculous money, right? This should be the level of mission payouts. Now, this is a very simple mission. Fly across the fucking system, pick up a probe, fly somewhere in space, deploy the probe. It's a wonderful mission. It could be way more engaged on how the probe is deployed and all that sort of stuff, but, you know, it only pays 2,500, so nobody does it. But you put that into perspective when you look at a, you know, one of these, guard facility against threat, 35,000. Take you 6 minutes to do this bunker, if that. You could probably do it in less than 5. You know, the amount of money people have become used to in this game is obnoxious. It reeks of entitlement. I was doing that mission before classes started in my green Nomad. Yeah, I really enjoyed that mission. All right, I've ranted, I've carried on, I've offended enough people. Let's get on with some gameplay. Well, actually, you know what we could do in a minute? We might record some audio for the next story, Sid and Cyrus. We had a quick overview of it the other night, but because I wasn't recording it for the actual video version, the edited version, you know, we didn't worry about all the mistakes. We just kept on reading through it. But I think we'll do it properly. So we might do some of that tonight. We might go and do the deploy probe mission. We might go do some bounties in the C1. So I think after we gobble up this patch, we'll go and sell what we can. Seems that we can't sell the Aphorite, but that's alright. We'll sell the Dolovine, sell the Hadonite, sell whatever we can. What's happening? Oh no, it's right up there. It's right up there. It's at the top. Look at this. Tiny, tiny overcharge. But again, that optimal window looks exactly the same, and this has 0% instability. It looks exactly the same as the Hadonite, which doesn't have 0% instability. I'm not going to be able to stop now. It is a fun mission, isn't it, Pigeon? See, that's one of the things that you do when you just want to chill out. Fly somewhere, like, it's a delivery mission, essentially. You're picking up a package and delivering it into space. That should be a chill out. Any of these professions, and, you know, I'm not throwing shade on couriers or delivery drivers, any of these professions should involve work. And I'm not saying that, you know, being a driver is not work. It's just a different level of activity. Set and forget. I'm enjoying this different playlist tonight. It's a nice change from the typical, you know, orchestral stuff that we have here at After Dark. I do hope, and to be honest, I haven't been rock mining in the 322 EPTU, which is now accessible for all backers. So I'm not sure if the engine sounds have been fixed. When a game becomes a job, it ain't worth playing. Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, there should still be the easy mode, but you know, Star Citizen is never, you know. Well, let me rephrase. They have always implied that Star Citizen is a simulation of a perceived reality in space. And if you want to play the game version, you should be able to do that. But if you want to play the sim version and get the most out of it, then you should be able to do that. So I agree. Well, I don't agree with, you know, the fact that when it becomes a job, it ain't worth playing. I don't agree with that at all. But, you know, that's just my character. You know, people should still be able to play the game, have fun, and enjoy it. But, you know, there needs to be that level of intensity that if you feel like you're doing a job in the game and it's a chore for you, then yes, you know, maybe it's just not the game for you, or, you know, you need to play on the easy mode. Bushwookies, what's my thoughts on tying the ship class to the pilot's profession level? E.g., better the miner opens up the bigger the ship. Look, that's very much coupled with the resource management and engineering. You know, piloting a ship is a skill in itself, whether you're piloting, you know, a rock miner like I do, or you're piloting a light fighter. Like, pitch me against a light fighter combat pilot and I'll lose every single time. I just don't have the skill level that those guys do. But, you know, picture let's take rock mining, for example. The way in which I fly when I'm rock mining would be different than how other people fly. You know, it's one of the reasons why I love using the Nomad. She's so agile and maneuverable, and, you know, obviously I think, at least in my opinion, have a mild advantage in the fact that I fly with sticks over someone who flies with mouse and keyboard, although I have to admit, you know, I've seen some very, very impressive flying with keyboard and mouse. That's a skill level right there. It's nothing to do with points in the game or anything like that. It is purely player-based. So the pilot's profession, I haven't seen anything about a pilot's profession or, you know, something like that in terms of, you know, having points allocated to that profession. But yeah, I think the game needs to be accessible. All aspects of the game needs to be accessible to all people. Your skill level shouldn't exempt you from being able to participate in a gameplay loop. But the more you put into that gameplay loop by taking advantage of more complex and intricate gameplay mechanics, the more value in-game you will get out of that. You know, some people, for example, just want a nice chill loop, and that's perfectly fine, and they should be able to have that. Some people, for example, like I've been carrying on now for how long it's been, if you put more into the profession or into whatever activity you're performing, then you should be rewarded with a higher level of payout, so to speak. Not just in terms of your personal enjoyment, but also fiscally inside the game. If you want to point and click, then you should get money. If you want to utilize, you know, the more complex gameplay mechanics, then you should get more money. It's pretty simple. For example, there is no way that Luke Skywalker alone could have hijacked the Death Star, but I'm pretty sure Leia with Han and Chewie could have. No, 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 says Rhino. You know, well, you know, maybe Star Citizen is not the game for me. You know, I want a complex, in-depth, involved sci-fi world to live in, where I have to shit and wipe my ass. Maybe Star Citizen won't be the game for me. You know, who knows? We're just gonna wait and see how things pan out. No gating of things. Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. We're both on the same page. It's just that, you know, if you know, the game has the level of fidelity that I hope one day it does, then, you know, you can either open the gate and walk through, or you can open the gate and run. And yes, all the ships don't fly the same. They all fly the same. They don't handle the same. Yeah, that's more appropriate. They fly an arrow and then fly a retainment and tell me they fly the same. Well, they do. Mechanically, they fly the same. You've got forward and backwards thrust. They just handle differently. From a mechanical perspective, from a flight perspective, the same controls do the same thing. It's just that the vehicles respond differently. They handle differently. Ship controls on a battleship should not be the same as an arrow. Yeah, I totally agree. All planes fly the same. All helicopters fly the same. They do. You have the same inputs. It's just that the responsiveness and how the craft handles is different based on, you know, your inputs. Like when I'm flying, if I pull back on the yoke, the attitude of the aircraft changes, right? The nose pitches up. If I'm flying a larger, heavier ship, it's not as quick to respond. It handles differently than, you know, a Cessna, for example. Let's put the mining head away. I think we're gonna have to change this rock. I've obviously done something to the mining, and I don't know how to change it, and we badly need something to drink. Just like, you know, all cars drive the same way. You have an accelerator, a pedal, you know, a clutch, gears. You know, they drive the same way. They just handle differently. You're a truck driver, Rhino, right? You understand? A yoke is not the same as a stick. It's true. They do not fly the same in real life at all. Well, I think we, you know, let's get out of the ship. If I pull back on my stick, right, what happens? The attitude of my aircraft changes. It's exactly the same as if I pulled back on the yoke. The attitude of my aircraft changes. It's just a different method of input. I'm combining several axes into my stick versus, you know, the axes that are available on a yoke, but the inputs are the same. Alrighty-o. Well, let's get those gems out. Have a quick drink. We'll go sell our haul. Okay, this is in a playlist called Suspenseful. 569. I've missed a gem. 570 is not divisible by 30. What's happened? Did I miss gems? Did I blow up a gem? Has my last rant for the last 2 hours been spurious? The inputs are not the same across aircraft or shipping. Each manufacturer uses a different set of inputs and controls, including design to access lift and thrust. Alrighty. I'm tempted just to see if we can quickly find. $750. One last little patch of Adonite. So whilst I wait for, hopefully more in-depth mechanics, I really do enjoy, this experience of just flying around, especially now with the scanner, being able to look 720 passed over a single rock, 6820. There we go, 11 nodes. What are you? There you are. I really do enjoy this. I just hope at some stage in the future we get a little bit more involved gameplay. See? And then I just abandon it. Instead of setting down and discovering. Oh, that's another thing I really want. I don't want there to be any way markers except for the major ports on the star map when I start the game. I should be able to buy them. And they've talked about, the star map rework being and data being a tradable commodity, which is super exciting. But I want to unlock them, just like you would, like in many games, when you find a new location, you unlock it. 580. There's 9 gems right there. See, at one stage you want to pass straight over this because it popped up outside 3 kilometers, right? Or if I was quick enough and I saw the gems pop up, I'd come back and have a look. On the side of a mountain. There's going to be a Hadonite on the side of the mountain for sure. But if you pull back on a stick or your yoke, you still go up. Of course it is. Not only that, on 24 vessel doesn't even have the same directional controls or thrust modules as a 300-foot vessel. It should be more real, not just more pleasing to gamers. Yeah, I agree. How would you do that in SE? Actually tie controls directly to ship controls. Make use of each station like Crouch said earlier. Turn off hotkeys and make each station do its job without godlike control. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. There needs to be a reason in these multiplayer ships for everybody to be doing something in terms of controlling the ship, just like you'd see in any sci-fi movie. Oh man, have a look at those. They're all going to roll straight off the cliff. And then I'm going to be spending ages collecting gems from the bottom of the mountain and that pile of rocks down there. Of course I had to be out tonight. Yeah, there has to be a reason for everybody on the ship to be doing something to control the vessel, just like you'd see in any sci-fi show. There's people on the bridge and they're all doing different things, right? And you're determined by what their station is. Someone who's, navigating, someone who's, piloting weapons or whatever. Full power to forward shields. Yes, sir. And then instead of just pressing the button, I need to tune my shields. Full power doesn't mean just press the button, right? You always see them on their fake little screens, sliding things, and you got to do multiple things, right? Not just a button you press. So how would you? So hands would have to animate all over the cockpit to do things. Well, that's something that they've talked about. And we've seen some examples of that at CitizenCon this year, with actual hands pressing buttons, and that's something that they've spoken about that they actually want to do. There is a difference between real and fun. Games, including Sims, need to be fun. Well, that's certainly a subjective thing, right? Some people are going to find certain things fun and other people are going to find other things fun. Like, the game's not going to be suitable for everybody. That's just the reality of anything, right? Like, some people like to paint, you know, to a very high level, and they spend years studying it, and other people just get their crayons out and scribble on paper. But both should be able to do what they want to do. And both will get their different levels of satisfaction, enjoyment, and joy out of that experience. You can still tie hotkeys to certain access, but have to access each station individually. So if you want to fly a hammerhead solo, you'll be running around like a madman. Yeah, agree. You agree about the fun? Yeah, exactly. You don't need multiple people to make ship go up, down, left, right, forward, and backwards. Nope, that's what the pilot does, and everybody else. That's why I like the Carrack, right? Because the pilot has zero control over weaponry. He is the pilot. It is his job to fly the ship. Where he flies the ship is not entirely up to him. That's controlled by the navigator. Turn left, heading 270. We need to change this. Sorry about that. Let's have a look what's out here that we're flying past. 1280. Nope. Yeah, so in terms of piloting the ship, right, no, I 100% agree. One person needs to pilot the ship. But that just means he can't do everything else. Especially on the large ships. I think we're both on the same page there. You do if each direction is tied to a different nav station. I think on the big capital class ships, that should certainly be the case. You'll need multiple people piloting the vessel. Or different, you know, things are controlled. Like Pigeon was talking about, like on larger boats, right? Now you'll still have the captain in command at the helm, right? But when you're docking, you'll have somebody else at the, you know, fore or after the ship, you know, controlling thrusters on the side to, you know, maneuver the ship towards the dock because the captain just can't see what's going on. 580. That's 9. What is this? So certainly on the larger ships, yes, you should have several people in control. You know, the whole concept of capital ships to me is ridiculous. Outside of the fact that you need a proper team of people, a proper crew to fly them. Then no one would fly those ships. No, you'd have teams of people flying them, and there'd be loads of people who'd form crews to do that. That's what I can't wait for that. I can't wait to have a regular crew of people who fly one of my ships with me. Yeah, have a proper multiplayer gaming experience. And then if I wanted to try and fly a Kraken by myself, you know, I just couldn't do it. You know, it's a ridiculous concept. 14,560? No. What was that we just passed over? 120, it's a hand mineable. What are you? 3720, 6 nodes. All right. If this is not had tonight, we're going to sell. Oh God, it's in a bloody mountain. Of course this is going to be Hadonite in a ridiculous spot, right? Ooh. Oh, it's not too ridiculous. Of course, though. Alright. Man, I wish these icons for the landing gear and stuff actually illuminated. So you could see quite clearly, like even with my reshade off, right? You know, it's super difficult to see the difference between landing gear up and down, right? You can see the button flashing. Okay, I don't know if it's up or down right now. And then I press it again, I can see the button flashing. Oh, we forgot to have something to drink. And then it just goes back to looking exactly the same. That's another little thing that irks me about the HUD. Or the UI. Alright, that's my VTOLs. Put those, let's get some landing gear down. There's some rocks there. Yeah, so might not too bad. They might all sit in the little valley. Oh, are we going to be able to get the rock up there? That's the question. It's quite a steep hill now for a rock. We might need to come up this way. Can we find somewhere to land this stingray? Should be a different color. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's not going to work. You know what? That might be the money. Solid for down and opaque for up. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, we need to badly drink and eat something. Let us have a hot dog. Opaque needs to be more opaque. Yeah, it's pretty bad right now. Honestly, I'd rather see that stuff on the dash than on a heads-up display. So that you could fly with the helmet off and still have access to all the information you need to on the MFDs. Or if you put a helmet on, then you have access to some of that information on, you know, your HUD from your helmet. Look at the mess on the floor. It's terrible, man. There's no bins on the ship. This is my eating and drinking area. You should see my kitchen right now. Let's have some tea too. Some nice tea would be nice. Actually, we might have a tea break in a second. But we're going to go sell... Oh, there's an invisible can of tea. Alright, let's go sort out this Hadonite. Then we'll go sell. Then I think we might jump into a little bit of story time. Don't look in your reclaimer. Oh, yeah, we're gonna have the same problem with the arm. That's right, we can manage that. I know lots of people complained about it, you know, rocks and stuff being, you know, EMP'd, but I loved that. I very rarely ever EMP'd a rock. You just need to manage it, all right? Skill. There they are. Oh, there's no way we're getting back up here. It's not going to happen. Oh, no! Oh, I love it! I love it! The rock just doesn't flip over like it used to. Yes, it does. But we're stuck. We're going to have to tractor beam it. We're going to have to tractor beam it. Max lift! Max lift to the rescue. The rock's not powerful enough to get off the hill, so we need to use a multi-tool. Only need 2 empty... No, I'm not even going to bother with that. Where'd my rocks go? Where'd they go? Fell down the hill and lost sight of my rocks. I can't even find them by scanning. I think we might have lost them. Back to the top of the impossible hill. You need beer for the ship inventory, motherfig? Yeah, exactly. A kegerator. You don't need beer. I want beer. Go Gadget Copter. And I missed that show. Hey, we're up on the ridge around here somewhere, right? See, I'd love it if there was like a... Do we have it here? Let's change this. Yeah, we can't change this display here. I don't know why. Target status. Yeah, we don't have the ship or the vehicle, you know, damage. You know how like the MFD has like a little picture of your shipping, you can see when it's getting red and damaged and stuff. I'd love it if the ROC had that. And then have to get out and make some repairs to it, and hopefully we see some of that coming into the game when we get, you know, engineering gameplay and you know, a higher fidelity of repair mechanics. And like if I fell down this mountain, I'd have to get out. Like for example, my arm isn't working right now, no idea why. It's probably some sort of bug. Have to get out with my multi-tool and do some repairs. Yeah, I think we've lost these gems. I don't know whereabouts they were. I saw them when I was up on the hillside. But we've lost them. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's see if we can get up the hill. See, I should be able to go into my MFD right now and tweak the, you know, torque and the engine power, and to be able to climb up some of these hills. Whereas if I was just driving, I wouldn't be able to do that, right? So you could either drive around, or you could spend time tweaking your ship for the task at hand. That would be cool. Quick look over here, although I don't think they were over here. Oh no! Big rock! Big rock! No! I love it. I love it. Alright. Need to get out. Tractor beam. Like, that little multi-tool shouldn't be able to lift the rock. It should need a max lift for that. But I like that. I really like that. Now we're out. Let's get out of here. Alright, let's go. Let's go. We're going to sell our gems. Have a quick tea break. Where are we? 2 hours, 15 minutes. Then we'll have a bit of story time. There's bottles at the back too. Stuff all over the ship. It's a bit of a mess back here. Oh boy. Dark side of the moon. I really do like this ship, and I've managed to fly it with both of the wings broken off, just at the edge of the engines, like the wing tips can come off. You know, I broke both of them off on a heavy landing a couple of weeks ago, and the ship flew perfectly fine. No, you know, torque imbalance or nothing. It was wonderful. Shameful. I gave up. I gave up. All right. Let's go sell our gems. fan on. It's a little warm. It's so much better. I'll have a quick scout around on the way. Make ourselves some prime targets. Nothing there. Bouncing ships. Bouncing ships. Just rolled over. Thank you. Make way for us. Thank you so much. Sounds like there's a rock running somewhere too. Because he's on the pad, we can't use it. Has anyone else died walking out of the back of the C1? Happened to me yesterday. Put the ramp down. Walk down the ramp. Died. Am I carrying a bottle? Right, so some hadonite. Apparently we can't sell aphrite. Transaction cost mismatch. And some dollar wine. Okay. Oh yes, I just realised we've still got the money that Rhino very generously sent us the other day. No chat, no number of players. Chicken Gang. Sounds like a good name to me. What's going on? What's going on? Let's give out some money to people. All right, chicken gang. It's not happening. Any Astro. Or maybe... Given that there's no chat and there's no... Okay. Weirdness. Star Citizen doing Star Citizen things. Alright, let's go. We'll get up into space. We'll go chill out for a little bit. Ruboy, how are you, mate? 07's over there on Twitch. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you've had a wonderful day. Been having a big ramble about rock mining. Alrighty. Let's get out of here. We're missing a gun? We are. Maybe one of those times when I hit the ground and knocked one of my guns off. Alright, let's get some cruise control on. We'll drift slowly out into space. I rock mined yesterday all day, made a cool 2 million. That's nice, man. That's some good money. Some all day effort. I like it. All right, let me bring up our story time. We're going to spend a couple of minutes. Sid and Cyrus, here we go. Part 1. Alright, let's kill our music. Alright, a little bit of story time. Going to be reading some of this one, Sid and Cyrus. It's quite long, part 1. So I don't think we're going to read all of it tonight. But we'll certainly read some of it so I can capture some of the audio for the edited video version. So sit back, relax. Let's jump into it. Sid and Cyrus. A high-pitched screech carried across the falling sky as the front door slid open. None of the regulars at this run-down watering hole noticed the noise or cared. Only Sydney looked up from her post behind the bar, still as observant and energetic as people. It's the first paragraph. A high-pitched screech carried across the falling sky as the front door slid open. None of the regulars at this run-down watering hole noticed the noise or cared. Only Sydney looked up from her post behind the bar. Still as observant and energetic as most people half her age, Sid needed but a moment to scan the young man who entered before going back to work. She'd seen enough. The kid sidled up to the bar and eyed Vinny, sitting a few stools down. Vinny took a deep drink and kept his eyes glued to the vid screen. When the Crashers were playing, nothing was more important to him. Definitely not some nervous kid with a wild look in his eyes. The kid leaned toward Sid, only to pause and glance Vinny's way again. Once absolutely certain he wasn't listening, he muttered, "Tamiris sent me." Tamiris was the leader of a burgeoning and ruthless outlaw pack calling themselves the Gadejo Crew. Sid knew Tamiris through reputation only, but if this kid thought otherwise, who was she to wreck his reality? So she smiled to put him at ease and then replied, "How about I buy you a drink?" Radagast, neat. Oh, wait. You got ghosts? Course. Sid grabbed the bottle of Tavarin rye white whiskey and poured his drink. The kid took the moment to eye Vinny again. His nervousness was palpable. This is your first run, isn't it? That returned the kid's attention to her. She set the glass before him. Don't worry, you're doing great. The kid gulped down the white whiskey and almost spit it back out as the burn hit his throat. To his credit, he managed to swallow. It's just, the kid said as he wiped his lips on the sleeve of his worn flight suit. Well, it's been a crazy day for me. Sid topped him off with a bottle of bootleg moonshine, certain, after the initial burn, he wouldn't notice the difference. Tell me about it. Well, it's done. It? You know. The kid leaned in even farther and lowered his voice, till she could barely hear what he said next. The convoy. To Bearston. Sid's stomach sank. Emmanuel. All she could manage in response was, You're sure it's... Yeah, I was there. The kid killed his drink and glanced to the Satterball game. Sid refilled his glass and resisted the urge to smash him over the head with the bottle. So, we good? They said you'd handle phase 2, right? The kid asked. Sid forced a smile and nodded. The kid threw back the last shot and set down the glass. Never did catch your name. Devon. Sid mentally logged the name, then said it aloud to imprint it. Sid mentally logged the name, then said it aloud to imprint it in a... Baba. Boy! Then said it aloud to imprint it. Then said it aloud to imprint it in her mind one more time. Sid mentally logged the name, then said it aloud to imprint it in her mind one more time. You stay safe, Devon. The kid smiled and stumbled to the door, suddenly feeling the ache of the hooch. Sid disappeared into the office in the back of the bar. She found Talsa and said she was feeling sick. Talsa sighed sharply, then waved her off with... The kid smiled and stumbled to the door, suddenly feeling the effect of the hooch. Sid disappeared into the... Oh my God! The kid smiled and stumbled to the door, suddenly feeling the effect of the hooch. Sid disappeared into the office in the back of the bar. She found Talsa and said she was feeling sick. Talsa sighed sharply, then waved her off without further inquiry. Seconds later, Sid slipped out the bar's back door. She debated following Devon and learning what else he knew, but in the end decided against it. Right now she needed Cyrus. Quickening her pace, Sid headed home. Seconds later, Sid slipped out the bar's back door. She debated following Devon and learning what else he knew, but in the end decided against it. Right now she needed Cyrus. Quickening her pace, Sid headed home. It's harder than reading to the kids, isn't it? No, I love reading. I love it. Doing all the voices and accents and stuff. I said it last time we did some narration live last week that every time my wife Kim reads to our daughter, Charlotte's always like, "You've got to do voices, Mum. You've got to do." Dad always does the voices. Still have 61 bottles of beer at Microtech. I must take a trip up to Microtech to check out what offerings they have up there. So that little paragraph there, I've read that 3 times now. I read a little bit of it at the end of the stream on Sunday and then realized when I put up my stream ending slide, this one. But I realized that scene doesn't have a microphone on it. So I was talking, reading part of the story. I didn't realize I didn't have a microphone on that screen. It only took me 8 bottles to get hammered for IAE. That's amazing. Stumbling around drunk, drinking beer, cursing at people. So I've read this first paragraph, this first section. Everything from here on now is new for me. Never read this before. I think this first part sets like an interesting scene. We went through some of this last week or the week before. Obviously, we've been introduced to a couple of characters. Sid, who obviously works at the bar here, and she has some relationship with this guy called Emmanuel, who perhaps might have been killed and perhaps was involved in the convoy to Beheston. And this kid obviously involved in something to do with that convoy. And, Sid's obviously upset about it, resists the urge to smash him over the head, etc., etc. And then we have this mysterious guy called Vinny, right? We don't know who Vinny is just yet. And another character. What was his name? Tamiris. Tamiris sent me. So here we go. We'll read a little bit more of the next part. The constant hum of landing and launching ships filled the sky as Sid hurried through the streets of Reese. The city was above. The constant hum of landing and launching ships filled the sky as Sid hurried through the streets of Reese. The city was abuzz with late afternoon activity, as residents rushed to complete errands before Nexus's bluish-white sun sank over the city's heavily fortified walls. Welcome to Narration Live! We're killing it here on After Dark tonight. The constant hum of landing and launching ships filled the sky as Sid hurried through the streets of Reese. The city was abuzz with late afternoon activity, as residents rushed to complete errands before Nexus's bluish-white sun sank over the city's heavily fortified walls. Most avoided the streets after dark due to the surging crime rate, but Sid preferred it then. There were fewer people around to slow her down. Sid rounded the corner occupied by Q&D Aero Service, then merged with a scrum pushing their way through a particularly narrow Sid rounded the corner occupied by Q&D Aero Service, then merged with a scrum pushing their way through a particularly narrow part of the street, causing the bottleneck where a cluster of shacks constructed from scrapped shipping containers. Causing the bottleneck where Sid rounded the corner occupied by Q&D Aero Service, then merged with a scrum pushing their way through a particularly narrow part of the street. Causing the bottleneck were a cluster of shacks constructed from scrapped shipping containers. Inside lived refugees from outposts overrun by the Vakari. These survivors were the lucky ones. The Vakari, one of LEGO's oldest outlaw packs, had grown back into power and prominence over the previous months, led by the newly promoted Master Krygus. They had become the biggest threat in the area once again, even overshadowing the recent nastiness that was the Cadejos. Methodically, The Vakari expanded their territory by overtaking civilian outposts. Anyone who resisted suffered from their cruelty. Anyone who relinquished all weapons and possessions was allowed to flee. Most ended up in Reese with nothing but the clothes on their backs. The crude shelters like the ones Sid squeezed by now were at least a step up from the broken pavement claimed by most poor souls who had slept. Oh my God! The crude shelters like the ones... The crude shelters like the ones... Oh my God! Okay, no more reading. The crude shelters like the ones Sid squeezed by now were at least a step up from the broken pavement claimed by most... Oh my God! It's nothing like reading to the kids because then you just keep reading. The crude shelters like the ones Sid squeezed by now were at least a step up from the broken pavement claimed by most poor souls who had... Fuck this sentence. Like the ones squeezed by now were at least a step up from the broken pavement claimed by most poor souls who had to sleep on the streets. The crude shelters like the ones Sid squeezed by now were at least a step up from the broken pavement claimed by most poor souls who had to sleep on the streets. She continued for a few blocks before ducking down an alley. The stench of human waste slapped Sid in the face. The smell was a sign. The kids don't care, yeah, that's true. She continued for a few blocks before ducking down an alley. The stench of human waste slapped Sid in the face. The smell was new, a sign of worsening waste management within the city. Sid held her breath and carefully avoided the piles of trash and strange stains. An outbreak due to poor public sanitation was the last thing Lego needed. People were already on edge due to the housing shortage and shrinking food supplies. Sid knew that if Reese slipped any further, all civility would be shredded. She'd seen it before, and she knew what would happen next. The Vakari would take advantage of the discord and strike. Reclaiming Reese was the dream of every outlaw commander ever since the UEE forcibly reclaimed the planet in 2931. Master Crygus knew such a conquest would establish his name in history. He also understood that civil instability was his greatest ally, and that crumbling civility would only make taking the city easier. Sid slowed to a tall fence. Made from corrugated metal, her eyes scanning to ensure its integrity. She carefully followed the fence round the corner until it connected to the back of a two-story building. Sid slowed at a tall fence made from corrugated metal, her eyes scanning to ensure its integrity. She carefully followed the fence around the corner until it connected to the back of a two-story building. She proceeded to the front of the building and entered a run-down repair shop, occupying the first floor. A bell chimed as Sid opened the door. Behind the service counter, shelves of scrap collected dust. Sid ducked under the counter and crossed the threshold into the workroom of the shop. Cyrus dozed on a battered chair behind a desk cluttered with mechanical parts and electronic components. Sid nudged her husband's feet off the desk, startling him awake. A small drone fell from his lap to the floor. Okay, so, who's Emmanuel? If Cyrus is Sid's husband, Emmanuel might be their son. Cyrus sat forward and took a second. His post-nap haze still not completely clear. Though Cyrus was still sharp and nimble, he was sometimes slow to action. Maybe they're older. Maybe Emmanuel is their son. What are you doing back so early? He asked while scooping up the dropped drone. What good is that bell if you don't hear it? Cyrus waved off the reply as he scanned the drone for damage. He snagged a small screwdriver and made a few minor adjustments. Sid took a deep breath. knowing this next moment might make everything she feared real. Cyrus sensed the pregnant pause and met her eyes. What's wrong? We need to check Emmanuel's tracker. Cyrus took a moment to process the request before spinning his chair and tossing the drone on his desk, all in one swift movement. He briskly typed at his terminal. I think Emmanuel made some off films. Maybe. England are all over India in the T20, hey? Woo-hoo-hoo. Cyrus took a moment to process the request before spinning his... Cyrus took a moment to process the request before spinning in his chair and tossing the drone on his desk, all in one swift movement. He briskly typed at his terminal as spare parts rattled on his desk. He glanced up to see Sid pacing, her shoulders hunched forward with anxiety, making her look every bit her age. Okay, so they are older. Cyrus took a moment to process the request before spinning in his chair and tossing the drone on his desk, all in one swift movement. He briskly typed at his terminal as spare parts rattled on his desk. He glanced up to see Sid pacing, her shoulders hunched forward with anxiety, making her look every bit her age. Seconds later, Cyrus began to launch a program he hadn't opened in almost a year. It was a backdoor into the geolocation and biofeedback sensors in Emmanuel's armor, a feature of which their daughter was not aware. Emmanuel? Emmanuela? Oh. Daughter. Emmanuela? Well, we're just going to call her Emmanuel. Cyrus added it after... Cyrus added it. Cyrus... Baba. Cyrus added it after a Vicari raid had hit her convoy, hauling food and first aid to settlements across Lagos. She had spent a week in the hospital. Oh my God, okay, we've got to stop. Cyrus added it after a Vicari raid had hit her convoy hauling food and first aid to settlements across Lagos. She had spent a week in the hospital afterwards, one of the longest weeks of his life. Outlaws were growing more emboldened by the day, but Cyrus knew that wouldn't stop Emmanuel. At her age, it wouldn't have stopped him either. Conflicted over what he had done, Cyrus told Sid. In the ensuing argument, she both chastised and thanked him for doing it. The two agreed to access the armor's information only if absolutely necessary. Emmanuel had been on numerous delivery runs in Lagos' contested planetside since, without incident. This was the first time they had felt compelled to check it. Cyrus knew something was terribly wrong, without even having to ask. But she couldn't sit in silence, not knowing much. Cyrus, see, this is the thing, right? When I'm narrating a story and I don't know what the story is, right? I either read the characters wrong or the wrong intonation or, cadence for the character, etc. And then obviously not having an idea of what's coming up next, especially when I'm so close to the bottom, I've got to scroll more frequently so I can skim it. It's challenging, but I think, it makes it interesting, especially if we record some of this live, we get a little bit of feedback from people, we get to hear the story together. I'm going to do a little bit more and then we're going to finish up. Actually, I think we're going into a whole bunch of conversation here. I think we might come back to the conversation later. All right, so this is where we're up to. All right, so we've read through a chunk of it. We'll edit that later on. How much more have we got in part one? Quite a bit. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. End transmission. Okay, so there's still quite a lot to go. In the meantime, are we still flying through space? We are. What time am I streaming till, Crouch? I don't know, Meta. It's almost 2 o'clock now. Till I've had enough. I think we'll be on for a couple more hours. So where are we? That was about 2.5 hours into the stream. Okay, I'll just make a mental note of that, so when we get back to doing some editing, we can find that bit. 2.5 hours in. All right, the plan. I want to go fight some stuff. Why do I have to redo my certifications? It's a little odd. Okay, let's go deal with this guy. Very low risk target. Why don't I have these already done? That's odd. Cool, I've got nothing else to do. Pray continue. Yeah, we might come back to some more story time in a little bit. In the meantime, let's get a little bit of gameplay under our belt. Let's go kill some people. Go do some more rock mining. Maybe we'll even do a little salvage. Who knows? All right, where are we going? Finnegan's last known position. It's quite close to us. Lovely. On Magda. Oh. It's just off of Hahn. Lovely. Oh, maybe we can kill this dude and see if we can find some Hadanite. I love those blue streaks on Magda. Alright. Oh, we've only got 3 guns. Maybe we'll quickly land at Hahn. Oh, if those bloody cutlasses are out of the way. And I don't think we can use a multi-tool while we're there, right? We can't even tractor beam them off the pads. Maybe we can slowly nudge it out of the way. We'll do a quick repair, then we've got our short distance under main thrusters to reach Finnegan's last known position. Yeah, we're missing a gun. Might as well replace that. Oh, see, if we could use tractor beams at these mining outposts, then we could totally take some of the guns off of these cutlasses, right? I think that dude's back door is down, right? Okay, let's see if we can get in the ship and move it. Because I don't think, actually, what we should check first is if we can repair. I don't think we can because that ship's already sitting on the pads. Hello, Axis. How are you? Oh, lovely. A 5 credit repair? You gonna give me my gun back? How do I get a 5 credit repair? Did I get my gun back for 5 credits? I did. Awesome. I hope we get more ships in the size range. Not too big, not too small. Yeah, the C1's a lovely size ship. I'm really enjoying it right now. You know, it's really made me reconsider my fleet. Certainly some of the other ships. Like the Cutlass Black for certain is going. Quite possibly the Nomad, although I don't know if I bought the Nomad outright or if it's part of like a ship package. Certainly need to reconsider my hangar at the moment. There's just a lot of ships in there that I just don't use. Yeah, Yeah. Doing great, getting over a leg injury at the moment. Not doing too bad considering. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, mate. I hope it heals up quickly. And you don't have any, you know, ongoing issues. Alright, got 100 kilometers under main thrusters. Let's activate some cruise control. We'll go see if we can take care of Mr. Finnegan. Yes, I'm really enjoying that story at the moment, Sid and Cyrus. I think it's written well. There's certainly, you know, we've been introduced to some characters. We're slowly, you know, discovering who they are. Like Emmanuel, for example, I thought was a male at first, but obviously it's a female. And I thought that Emmanuel was Sid's, you know, boyfriend or something, but she's obviously quite older. And then partway through the story, I was like, oh, it might be their son. But then we find out it's her daughter. Yeah, super interesting. Looking forward to continuing to you know, discover more of that story. Just have the good old MRI. Just have the good old MRI. So luckily no surgery in my future, thank goodness. That's good. That's good to hear, man. We could probably have a quick scan along here, hey? See if we can find some gems on our way to go take care of justice. Thankfully I'm not spending the holidays in the hospital. Yeah, that would suck, man. That would absolutely suck. It's almost Christmas, man. It's just around the corner. It's going to be here before we know it. And what we do need is we might get a tray in the house. A tray? Yes, Commander. Okay. What sort of missiles do we have? Oh man, one of the Panthers isn't firing up. Lock target.
Of course, Commander.
It's the new one. Bummer. What was he in it? Is that a Pisces? A Pisces rescue? Is that a box? Or part of the Pisces? Whoa! Part of the Pisces. We could gobble this ship up, hey? Gobble, gobble, gobble. Alright. That's a bummer. Let's go have a look. Power. Items. Tractor beam. 1, 2, 3 Panthers. All powered up. All our main thrusters. Thrusters. Maneuvering thrusters. Yeah, we've only got 3 Panthers here. Yeah, why don't we... Where's the other ones? Where's the other one? Left auxiliary engine. Got 2 left auxiliary engines. Another left auxiliary engine. Another left auxiliary engine. Oh, that's a bummer. The Pisces is now literally an aluminium can. One good burst and it's done for you. Yeah, as you found out the other week, taking on a bounty in one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we got wrecked. We got wrecked. Alright. I guess we've only got 3 guns. That's alright. Carry on. Yep. That's a bummer. So, this guy's also here. On the other side. Oh, it's not in a good place. It's not in a good place. How do we make a quick jump to this guy? Alright, where is he? It's near the Comaray. Alright. Yeah, it's just the same firepower as the Nomad meta. Nothing you can't deal with, that's true. It is, Nomad only has the 3 size 3s. Where's this guy? Alright, let's head up to the Comaray. Now we should be fine with the VLRT. Obviously I'd like to have all 4, but you know, we are stuck with what we are stuck with. Alright. Bit of main thruster action. $250 odd kilometers. Yeah, I had seen something in the patch note saying that energy-based weapons show as 0-0 and can't be fired on naturally spawned ships, so maybe it's also affecting the repair. Don't know. I haven't spent a huge amount of time in 322. Honestly, I'd just rather it all, you know, experience when it comes to live, where, you know, there's a little bit more meaning to doing stuff. Because, you know, right now the EPT it updates every day, right? There's a new update every day. That, you know, I'd rather play the gameplay and experience it as it's going to be until the next patch. So I'd rather wait and discover what it's going to be like when it hits live in, you know, a couple of weeks. Got a nice small crowd watching tonight, which has been lovely. We haven't hit the numbers that we have in the past. That's okay. I really do appreciate everyone who's tuned in and spent some time with me tonight here at After Dark, as we've carried on and had a bit of a ramble about rock mining and how it could be much better. Then stuck around for some story time. Now a couple of quick bounties, and then back to some more rock mining. Or we might take our rock, we'll go back and land and see if we can repair the rock, try and figure out what's happening with the arm. Why it's doing that weird movement and pointing at the ground instead of behaving normally. There's a cave over here too. Get duck into the cave, have a bit of a look around. It'd be super cool when we discover these sorts of locations. Like right now I'm on a mission and it's taking me to a cave where this dude's hanging out, right? This is a ship-based bounty, but it's taking me to a location. It'd be super cool when the start map update if it has the functionality that place then gets added to my, my database of locations, that'd be super sweet. It'd give a whole new level or meaning to exploration. And then because it's a player discovered location rather than something that's just natively inbuilt into the star map, I can then sell that location or give it to my friends, etc. I mean, actually give a proper sense of discovery of, finding stuff. That'd be super exciting. All right, so we've still got 3 missiles. Let's queue one up. Start dropping some of this speed off. Lock target.
Certainly, Commander.
Release target. Lock target.
Certainly, Commander.
Lock target.
Of course, Commander.
Outer weapons.
Acknowledged.
Unfortunately, we've lost the marker for the other ship. I must have destroyed it instead of soft deathing it. But he was quite close to the cave. I think we've got 0 chance of being able to find that cave now. See, it'd be cool if, as you're scanning, those sorts of locations would pop up as an opportunity marker to go and discover. What's that black spot over there? Just some rocks. Bummer. Better be careful of that falling ship, hey? Boof! Alright. Let's bring up our little list. Of RS signatures. 10920 is not one of them. Neither is 1700. That sun looks like it's rising, so let's go chase it. What's this? giving us any RS information. Oh my god, we're dead! Well, I don't know where the stream is up to. It's a massive delay. Although that LOL from Max sort of leads me to believe that my preview here on YouTube is just really old. Penalty, loss of pilot's license. Oh no! We're at Orison. And I don't think I have a head. Oh, I do have a head. It's a whole bunch of money there. We're at Orison. You need those higher tier skills. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I always go the wrong way to Orison and end up doing a whole lap of the floor. Oh well, I must remember to rebind to Everest or something like that. It is what it is. Let's go. I have noticed in my time in 322 that all the med gowns seem to be pickable, uppable. So maybe I can get back on with some more collecting med gowns gameplay. Oh man, I'm gonna get back into the hospital. My flight suit's in there. You're at Orison, just bought 200 bottles of beer. Take one. Pass it around. Oh no! YouTube's complaining. Not enough data. No! We'll see. Maybe that might be, you know, the indication to me that it's time to chill out and say goodnight. What are you doing, YouTube? YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Why you be like this? What's Twitch saying to me? Twitch is saying everything is excellent. It doth seem like a YouTube issue. All right. Just YouTube being YouTube. Everything's fine on Twitch, is it, Glutrino? All right, so we're gonna try and get back to the ship, recover our armor. It's nothing, there's no gems or anything in there. The rock will probably be destroyed, which is fine because the rock wasn't behaving properly anyway. Hello, I'm here. Thank you for coming. So we'll go back, try and recover our armor.
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
Our food, our cans of tea.
Last call for passengers.
Slash, look at that, causing trouble. Don't need them YouTubers anyways.
Please clear the hatch.
I have been thinking that, you know, maybe I'll just stream on Twitch and just and use YouTube for, you know, the audio videos and stuff, or the, you know, audio stories and short clips and stuff, and just, you know, get more involved with you know, the Twitch-ness. Because I don't use any of the the fun stuff that happens on Twitch. So maybe I should stream on Twitch. YouTube's still having a fit. Twitch looks fine. I don't know if things are actually having a problem on YouTube or not. It's just that YouTube randomly every now and then tells you that there's a problem. All right, body recovery mission. I think we'll take a little throwaway ship like a Pisces or something that's quick to spawn. Or it probably makes more sense to just wait out the C1. What do we have here? Some med pens. We've got lots of med pens. What else have we got here?
If this is your stop,
Oh yeah, I would have had all this stuff from Siege. That's right. Ship components. Oh, some blue arrow sets.
the shuttle is preparing to depart.
Oh, I just discovered the other day that you can buy the yellow arrow at Tammany and Sons.
Send the reminder to
Ah,
check for your
how nice
personal
is that?
belongings Before and after all shuttle flights, and to dispose
Puffy
of any
Man.
trash at
Where's
appropriate
Puffy Man
sections.
going?
No stress, no mess.
You must send your body onto Valhalla. Well, you know, who knows if there's actually going to be a body there, right? Which is always a 50-50 in Star Citizen as to whether your body's actually going to be there or not. All right, what we might do is we'll go and start the claim for the C1. Because it makes sense to take a C1 back because we won't be able to spawn a C1 when we're there. And there's Fat Man. Can't run fast in your Fat Man suit. Bye, Fat Man.
Welcome to the
Alright, so we'll get the C1 going. C1 has been destroyed. Let's claim it. Oh, the claim.
Claim has been sent.
Oh, I should have paid the expedition while it was 0. I wonder if that actually works. So we'll expedite that for a couple of grand. And YouTube's working from here. Okay, cool. That's good to see. Good to see. All right, lovely. I'm going to have a quick rehydration or hydration break. Hydrate, you bastard. I'll be back in just 1 minute. Alright, I'm fully stocked. Got some muffins, got a water bottle, got some brown water. Brown water. I think whilst we wait, let me hydrate and then we'll quickly jump back into a tiny bit of Sidonsaurus. Is that a good idea? How much of this stream am I going to have to scrub through to find the footage here? Yeah, I'm loving the music tonight, Pigeon. We got a different playlist on than we normally have. So it's taking us on a journey. Why is my body getting closer? That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign at all. It's slowly falling through the moon.
To the ASOC fuel retrieval system.
Alright, let's get the C1.
Vehicle
Oh, at least now we'll have all 4 guns working.
following your gaze for
We'll have all 4 guns working and we'll pick up a new rock. Lovely. Maybe. Should we take some armor just in case we can't recover our body? This happened before, which is why I had the set of armor that I had on, plus the armor I had in the ship. Whoa. Zombie Viv strolling around. Maybe we should take some armor. Yeah, why not? It's cheap and we've got heaps of money. Alright, let's take the white one. I think the arrow is going to cover it all up anyway. Some arms. Arms. Torso. Backpack. Helmet. Luxury. Medupenu. Alright. That's really all we need. We got no other utilities. Hopefully we can recover our body. If we can't, maybe we'll go do a quick bunker and pick ourselves up some loot. Let's go! Before we go, we might as well check if we've got any sustenance here at Orison. We don't. Alright, we need to recover the body. Or at least the box of stuff from the ship. Just wondering if the ship's inventory is going to be saved in a box. Oh, we'll find out, I guess, when we get there in 4 years. After we fly all the way from Orison back to Hurston. We got 4 guns. That's a good sign. Do we have landing gear or did I put... Perfect. It's exactly how we wanted the mission to start. Quick repair before we go. No service required. Oh, let's go. Bye, Orison.
Hi.
Screenshot. Alright, let's get that cruise control going as our speed limiter is off. Screenshot. Screenshot. The hangars are just that bit small for the C1, especially when the doors aren't open and you try and leave the hangar. Muffin. It is gorgeous, isn't it? There's so many places for gameplay here. Imagine being able to go to all these platforms. Catching trains and all these, you know, access routes and I can't wait, man. Like I was floating around on Magda yesterday or the day before, whenever. And I was thinking, you know, there could be hundreds of places on this moon. And roads that take you, 10 or 15 minutes drive from one settlement to the next. And, I really can't wait to see how, the replication layer and server meshing pan out. Obviously, we're going to end up with a tier 0, which is going to be a nightmare. You nearly forgot your beer, motherfig. No! Yeah, I really can't wait to see how the server meshing, the replication layer all pan out. Hopefully, it's the big thing that CIG is saying they need to give us like a fully fleshed out. 15 new settlements is fantastic. Split between Microtech and Hurston. But, we need at least 50 per moon. Places to discover, things to add to our star map, missions to go and do, quests. All in good time, Crouch. All in good time. But hurry the fuck up. Does anyone else orientate themselves to the horizon, even though it's completely pointless and you don't really need to? Like, we could have just entered quantum from, like, this weird angle, right? It makes zero difference. Off we go. I haven't got up out of my seat in quantum for quite a long time. It's just too risky. Okay. Whilst we are flying through quantum, let's pause our music again. Right, where did we get to? The water in that bottle is a rank. Where did we get to? Try and do some narration while my mouth is full of cupcakes. Here we go. So we're going to get back on with a little bit of Sid and Cyrus whilst we're in quantum. Where did we get to? Yeah, here we go. Cyrus knew something was terribly wrong without even having to ask, but he couldn't sit in silence, not knowing for much longer. What did you hear at the bar? Some kid came talking about an attack on a convoy to Bearston. He thought I was someone else, so I don't know how much I can trust him. But he had that look in his eye. She didn't need to say more. Cyrus understood. Think it's Volcari again? He asked. Cadejo. Cyrus visibly paled. The program finally initialized. He typed a few quick commands and waited. The terminal pinged and returned results. Well? Wondered Sid, unable to bring herself to face the screen. Following a few seconds of excruciating silence, she turned to find Cyrus scanning data. Is she okay? Uncertain, he replied carefully. What does that mean? Is that thing even working? It was, until 8 hours ago. There's been nothing since. There's a chance. Where? What? Sid crossed to the terminal. Where'd that last single come from? North, 34 degrees, 26 minutes. Not the coordinates. Sid leaned across the desk and expanded the map's visible range. The signal came from the middle of the Platian plain, about halfway to Beheston. That's Volcari territory, isn't it? What are the Katehu doing there? Sid gave it a passing thought. Sid gave it a passing thought. Hitting a shipment in enemy territory violated the own... Sid gave it a passing thought. Hitting a shipment in enemy territory violated the honor code many of these outlaw packs lived by. Then she grabbed her rifle and slammed a fresh battery in it. I don't know and I don't care. She's off! Mum! She's coming to the rescue! She's coming to the rescue! Alrighty. Where was that? Around the 320 mark. Okay, 230, 320. Right. Body marker. Where are you, body marker? No body marker. No body marker. Oh, hang on, we're at Hurston. Let's go. Although there's no body marker. The story is fun. Yeah, I'm enjoying it, man. You know, there's obviously quite a lot left in part 1. So we'll see how it continues to expand, but it is called Sid and Cyrus, so obviously they're going to go off on an adventure to perhaps rescue their daughter Emmanuel or find out what has happened to her. There doth be no body marker. That dude just dropped out of quantum. Disappeared again real quick smart. That was cool. You know, that sort of stuff times 50, please. CIG. That's what we need. No body marker, hey? That's, frustrating. Bugger it. Alright, back to the beginning. Let's go get ourselves a rock. See, with those changes I was carrying on about earlier in the beginning of the stream, the ROC DS could have so much more potential with the 2 players and all that intricacy that I was talking about in terms of breaking the rocks, scanning the rocks, the extraction process being way more involved. Let's go. Once again, Magda, bringing it up. Yeah, okay. No, we can't do it. Brain's not computing the music. No body marker. I've noticed sometimes when I've gone back for a body retrieval, luckily my body's been quite close to something and the marker pops back up when I'm close to the body. So maybe we'll stumble across it as we're floating around. Who knows? Let's activate the SCM. Let's get some landing gear down. Make our approach. Where are the pads? Over here. Alright, we'll set down, go get ourselves a rock. And continue our adventure. That was a little hard, wasn't it? Oh! Let's park over here. Drive the rock straight in to this bad girl. There we go. On the ground. Ramps nicely positioned. Let's go! All right, the problem is, though, we've got nothing to eat or drink. So we might have to make a quick loot run here. This is what I did the other day. Walked out of the ramp, died. As soon as I touched the ground, I died. I don't think we've got much to fear about leaving the ship unbuttoned. Just need something to eat and drink. Oh, almost. Do the fly around the corner on the stairs. We'll see what we can find out here now on our mission for Hadanite. What has this got for us? 485 kilometers away. There's a body marker. There's a body marker and a spare backpack. Oh, I've already got some loot here. It's turning into a good day. 485 kilometers away. Okay, body marker. I wonder if that's going to stay there. We'll grab a few more bits and pieces. Some more water. Mining attachment. Let's take these nutrition meals, some more chocolate bars, and God forbid some crews. Oh, and a multi-tool. Thank you very much. I'll have that. Put that in my pocket. Just get that multi-tool attachment on there. Lovely. Ah, lovely. We got a multi-tool, a salvage attachment, and a medical thing. Here's the door. Let's go. Get our rock. We'll see if we can recover that body. Get all our other stuff back. And a free storage box. Very much looking forward to the store all containers. That's going to make life a lot more interesting. But it also destroys my ambitions of being a box salesman. Man, when I first started playing Star Citizen, I spent so much time on Lyria and Walla, you know, jumping around, and it was so much fun. And jumping around here has reminded me a lot of that.
Welcome to the ROC vehicle retrieval system.
More things to do on the moons, please. More things to do on the moons.
Please visit
I was using that!
Bye. Well, please visit us again. Welcome to the ROC vehicle retrieval system.
Rock. Claim.
Your insurance.
Now we gotta wait for the
has been
rock.
sent.
Man,
Thank you. Please visit us again.
we should have done our claiming of the rock first. What have you got for us? Another multi-tool, some more water, other mining attachments, multiple mining attachments, some more chocolate. And I want these things to be, you know, usable. You know, we've got all this stuff. Got all these things. I want to find these plants. I want to be able to go out adventuring and go pick, you know, this stuff. Heart of the woods. This fungus produces fleshy, deep red caps that grow in a pattern resembling an internal structure of a heart. Found in cold climates, it typically grows on trees and decaying logs. Not yet successfully cultivated commercially, this deep-flavored mushroom is prized by Epicureans across the verse and can fetch a high price at the right market. It does contain a mild toxin. Not yet cultivated commercially, which means we can go and pick it with a little knife. Chop, chop, chop. Oh boy! Alright, let's go. You done got my rock ready?
To the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Yeah, let's go.
Vehicle select. Your vehicle has been delivered to the vault. Please visit us again.
Zoom.
Bye.
Like these pads here should open up. And an elevator should come up with your rock on it. Space pigs for finding space truffles. Yeah, exactly. Where's my space dog? Let's go. Brand new rock. Brand new C1. Body marker 485 kilometers away. Let's go. Got a noisy rock. Sometimes you don't get a noisy rock, sometimes you get a noisy rock. Yep, back that in perfectly. Nice and straight. Let's go. All right, I think we'll fly towards the body marker and find stuff to mine along the way. Got some more Indian pop. There's that body marker. Can we only see it when we're on the ground? Alright, let's forget about the body marker. What? No driving 481 clicks in the rock? Wonder that'll take us a while, I reckon. Alright. Don't enjoy these mountains. This is a cool looking ship. What is forgotten? What have I forgotten? There they are. What are you, my friends? Oh, it twisted the wrong way. Almost pancaked. You said forget about traveling. Yeah. If we come across it, we come across it. I do not like the look of these mountains. 13,440. It is not one of them. Too high. Yeah, the sun is very bright. All right, what can we find out here on the plains? 72080. Where's that? Oh, body marker. There's no opportunity marker, but we saw an RS value. 72080. Where doth the cloud be? We are not seeing anything. Let's keep going. Not seeing these opportunity markers pop up. We're seeing some RS signatures pop up. There can be some double cluster right there. Need my list of numbers back up because I don't know them yet. But you can see the rocks down there on the ground. Oh, that looks like gems to me. What are you? Scanning. Scanning. Hadonite! Let's grab ourselves up some of this deliciousness. It's our land. It's so difficult in this ship to tell if your landing gear is down because it's so flat and the landing gear is so short. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that either. It's a little hill here. Yeah, that should be alright. What we might actually do, let's do this properly, because it's going to be dark by the time we finish this. Let's put those lights on. Let's face our rocks. It'd be cool if there was like if you could extend the ramp a little bit based on, you know, how you'd landed, you know, extend it out further. Gem numbers are in multiples of 620. Yeah, but I didn't learn my 620s times tables. So I got me a little list. Which I can quickly reference. rather than trying to do my 620 times tables. 418 kilometers. We're getting closer. Oh, and the rock. Sounds like we got a normal rock. Oh, not quite. Let's gobble ourselves up some gems. Ooh, struggling. All right. Let's get some power into our arm and the laser head. No worky. Press R to refresh it. Off we go. VB mining. VB mining. I'm really enjoying using the scanner now when I fly to look at those RS numbers. Oh yeah, let's turn that off. Yeah, they really do need to fix the engine noise. I haven't checked in 322 if it's been sorted out there. But it's damn annoying. So we're back now to set and forget. But this time, I'm going to run my extractions before I keep breaking nodes. Actually, it'd be interesting to see, and we might do this on the next one actually, if I break a node and then break the node next to it, do I get the 60 gems or do I destroy some of the gems that are on the ground? I think that's how I end up with odd numbers when I'm collecting my gems, because I have a tendency to break all the nodes first and then collect the gems. And I think as a consequence, when I'm exploding nodes right next to gems on the ground, those gems are getting destroyed. Let's set this. And my YouTube preview is so far behind. It's crazy. 12 likes on YouTube, double digits. Double digits. I'm a real streamer. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who's been chilling out with me tonight, listening to my rambles and my carry-ons and my complaining about how simple rock mining is and how it could be so much more involved and in-depth. Thank you to those people who've been chilling out as we read some of the fiction on the RSO website. Currently reading through Sid and Cyrus. And discovering that story live together, which I will then subsequently later on, once we've, read the entirety of part 1 over the next couple of streams, we'll edit that down and put that up as a standalone video so you can listen to that properly without all the mistakes and everything. Making money. We're making money. Sadly, we can't give any money away because the bloody terminal thing stopped working. What's it called? The send money feature. Maybe we'll try again in a second. Is the chat working? No. Let's have a quick look. Mode Trader. That's the one. No worky. No worky. That's alright. When this server eventually 30Ks, we'll try again on the next one. 94% Hadonite, which is irrelevant at this point. Like, how cool would it be if there was like a different compositions here? You know, some Hadonite, a little bit of Dolavine or something else in there, some inert materials, maybe some diamonds. And, you know, we had to pick and choose what we extracted from the break. That'd be cool. England are falling like flies too. They need 11 runs and have 3 wickets in hand. $11 runs, 3 wickets in hand. How many balls? How many overs left? Sharma's on a hat trick. Gems among ore. Yeah. Yep, that'd be cool. Some larger scale, you know, nodes that you need 2, you know, rocks to break, or a rock DS, given it's got a you know, a more powerful laser. Yeah, there's definitely some improvements that they could make that would make things so much more interesting. Yeah, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing how it continues to develop. It's only the 11th over. That's, no, they got it, man. They need 11 runs, got 3 wickets in hand. It's only the 11th over, 9 left. It's heaps, man. No problems. Laser gone crazy. Turn that engine back off. I want to see some Janelite in these. Like, that would be the equivalent right now of, you know, the changes to ore mining, right? And Quantanium being, you know, that little boost, that little top up that, you know, you break one of these nodes, or you specifically choose one of the nodes because it's got some Janelite in it. And then you've really got to pay attention when you're collecting the gems, that you don't damage that Janelite and reduce its value. That would be so exciting. Quickly make some changes to the rock's configuration, jump into your MFDs, change its extraction profile, and, you know, tune it for the Janelite. And, you know, gobble up whatever else gets gobbled up, but it's going to be of a lower quality because you've tuned for Janelite. That'd be so exciting. Oh man, I want to play that now. I want to play that now. Jump into that little MFD that says no target. Tune the frequency of my laser or my extraction laser. for whatever mineral I'm looking for. God, I want to do that now, damn it. Wrong button. Let's make this break super close. Boy, if we overcharge that rock at this distance, we'd fry this rock. No problems. Let's go, Node. Okay, Clive, how are you, mate? It's good to see you. I hope you are well. England win 2-0. Well done to England. So I'll put a little lounging back. Hands behind the head as we just break our way through some Haddon market. 3 a.m. already. Time flies, it does indeed. I really must try and keep my eye out for a bar citizen here in Melbourne and get along to some of that. That'd be fun. See if we can get CIG over here. I don't need to go to Sydney. What's in Sydney? Nothing. That'd be super cool. I'm still trying to figure out how Pigeon writes his name backwards like that. Here's our last break on this little cluster. It's a font generator, found it online. Ah, that makes sense. And I've just noticed somebody subscribed on Twitch. That must have been previously. Thank you to those people who have subscribed over there on Twitch. Thank you to everyone who's liking the stream on YouTube. Subscribed over on YouTube to keep up to date with what's happening here at After Dark. I'm really enjoying, getting a couple of streams in, or at least one stream a week. We'll have two. We got tomorrow too as well, Sunday night. Then back to a week of work, 12-hour days next week. In the lead up to Christmas, doing some overtime processing international mail at Qantas Freight. There we go. All gobbled up. There are hundreds of sites which will generate a unique font for you. Haha, that's cool. How much have I earned rock mining so far today? Not a huge amount. Not a huge amount. We've been rambling a lot today, talking about changes to rock mining that I'd love to see, and so we haven't really been intensely focused on rock mining. So only a couple of $100,000 maybe. Maybe 150 or something like that. Not much. Not much. But now, with my rant out of the way about how I would like to see rock mining improved, we'll just concentrate on the rock mining and see what we can add to the balance. All I can think is that crowd needs his beard trimmed. Yeah, I'm gonna do my neckline and stuff. $269. We missed one. We left one behind. We left one behind. Now I replace my power supply today, I can get back to playing. Ooh, lovely. It's nothing like technical difficulties in your setup to put a damper on the situation. So I'm glad to hear that that's sorted out. Now, last time we did some rock mining in the dark, I crashed into the ground. Oh, let's widen our search to 90 degrees. 270. Which one's that? Need my list because my maths isn't good enough. No, it's not what we're looking for. What's this one out here? 9750. No. What's this one out here? 11,040. No. When do I think 322 will go live? I reckon it'd be just before the holidays. I reckon the last week. It's open EPTU for everyone at the moment. So another 2 weeks, I reckon. What are we? We're at the... Not next week, week after. I think we'll see open PTU sometime next week for a couple of days, and then the week after, probably towards the end of not, next week, but the following week, I think we'll see a live release. That's got to be. That's so tightly clustered. Dolomite doesn't cluster like this, but it's going to be Dolomite for sure. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 chunks of Hadanite. Hadanite clusters like that. But every time I say that, it turns out to be Dolomite and I sound like an idiot. Kiss the ground, lose a gun again. My landing gear down, it is. Alright, let's sit down over here. That's a nice little cluster of Hadanite right there, thank you very much. Let's open them doors up. Why is my landing gear gone up? I swear it was down. Yeah, we can get out through there. Next Friday, the 22nd. Yeah, the 22nd is what I reckon as well. They're in wave 4 in the PTU. They usually go low after 5 waves. Is it not the 5th wave EPTU right now? When I was watching Space Tomato last night, they were saying it was a 5th wave. Open PTU at the moment. That's right, yeah. All right, look at this little field right here. What goodies do we have in here? I don't know. They're in wave 4 right now. Yeah, I know there's a way that you can check what wave it is, but I can't remember what it is. Wave 4. Awesome. Closer, closer, closer. I'll be away for a lot of the holidays. So I'll be able to enjoy some of 322, but I think we'll be away for a week. Visiting my family in the Blue Mountains. But I've got 19 days off. Friday 22nd is my last day at work, and I've taken some annual leave. And I get 19 days off! Woohoo! We're gobbling slowly. We need to tune our laser for the extraction process. Open EPTU is the last wave. There can't be any more waves. Well, what after open EPTU, does it go to PTU? Or is the fact that it's open EPTU, have they just used the EPTU instead of the PTU this time? Or is it going to go to PTU after this? Why you no gobble gobble? Why you no gobble gobble? Why you no gobble gobble? Here we go, gobble gobble. Holy crap, that's a nice cluster crouch. Yeah, Meta, and this is a nice one. 16 nodes here, I think. I would have missed it too, except I saw the RS signature pop up on the scanner, but I didn't see the opportunity box, right? And so we stopped and had a bit of a look around, and then I just saw the gems pop up on the screen, and I was like, there, it's right there. It's just below us. Off. I doubt it will go on PTU. Straight to live, you reckon? Well, let's hope so. Maybe it might be next week then. If it's not going to go to PTU, then yeah, next week, Friday next week, I reckon. That'll be super exciting. So this means live will be very soon. Yeah, that's true. It's so exciting. What's going on, Extractor? Server doing server things. Or we just need the annoying engine on for the more power. A new 3.22 EPT was now open to... Oh yeah, that was the other day. Open to all backers. When was that? Yesterday? Yeah, I haven't really checked out much of 322. I've done a little bit of salvaging. Just to play around with it a little bit. I ran a couple of bunkers. And that's it. Server doing server things. It's just catching up. Has anyone noticed in 322 if the engines are still roaring like this, or has that been sorted out? Well, that's why I've been rock mining a lot. Haven't solo mole mined since the beginning of last week, anticipating the live release soon because of the progress of EP2 waves. Have no refinery orders. Oh yeah, actually, that's a good thing, right? I've got some refinery orders. We should go clear those. Otherwise, we'll lose that. All right, after this cluster, I think we'll head up to the refinery and go clear those orders. That'd probably be a good idea. Otherwise we will lose that stuff that is in the refinery when the patch happens. No gobble gobble. No gobble gobble. Must do some more testing to see, you know, if I mine like I used to, where I just break a whole bunch of nodes, 5, 6, 7, 8 nodes or whatever, and then gobble everything up, how many of the gems I lose versus breaking a node and then gobbling it up and getting the 30 guaranteed gems, and then breaking the next one, gobbling those up and getting 30 guaranteed gems, versus just breaking a whole bunch of nodes and then doing one big gobble up. Server stats look good to me. Ground on Magnet can sometimes be a little bit tricky because it's already very pebbly that the gems can get stuck sometimes. Sometimes you really just need to be right on top of them to hoover them up. Yesterday was your best day rock mining, Ruboy. It was total therapy and made a couple of million in a few hours. A couple of million in a few hours. That's great. That's crazy. That's incredible. Well done. I think last Sunday we just rock mined for 7 hours and we made 700 grand. 100 grand an hour. A couple of million in a few hours. That's amazing. It is a nice little earner, isn't it, Clive? Alright, stuff the rest of this. I'm just going to break all of these. And then we're going to gobble up. Oh boy! Almost overcharged it. I couldn't see the thing properly because the rock's in the background. That was close. We might just quickly reposition. Just ate on Aberdeen. Many had night clusters. Saw many Dolovine too. Aberdeen is the place for consistently finding some hadonite. Going to be trying rock mining when the new patch goes live, Clive. Yeah, we always get to this lull point where there's, you know, it doesn't seem like there's any point playing while we're waiting for that patch, hey? Not as bad as it's been in the past where, you know, there's going to be a wipe and you're like, what's the point of playing if they're going to wipe, right? So luckily we won't get a wipe, but yeah, you always have that 30k. No! No! That B-win doesn't look good. The B-win doesn't look good. She's trying to recover. She's trying to recover. We've got to get these gems in the ship. Replication layer. Replication layer. Replication layer. Alright, I think we're going to gobble up some of these gems. Get them into the ship. We've got several refineries orders in the PU meta ready for collection tonight, so I can bump my AUC a bit before the patch drops. If you do display info too, you can see something new in the info. Ooh, what's that? On the EPTU, that is. What do they show you? In the display info 2. It is cool music, isn't it, Club? We've got a different playlist on tonight. And I've really been enjoying the variety of tracks we've had in this playlist, which is different than what we normally have here at After Dark. When I first read that cool music, Clive, I thought that was Rhino responding to, you know, if you do display info 2, you see something new in the info. And I was like, cool music? What? Collected over 7,000 Haddonite gems, and the rock died once and had to go get a new one. Need to buy another rock for backup. 7,000. That's some big, big money. Do not like how this server is behaving right now. Server meshing false and server recovery report 0. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Yeah, no! The B winner's dropped. Get whatever we can into the ship while we can. Still 0.03. It hasn't moved, but it's certainly going the wrong way. No, we can't get out. Oh no! Maybe sooner than we think. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. All right, here we go. She's recovered again. But she's not looking good at all. Let's at least secure some of these in the ship. Why can we not stack this one? Weird. The EPT was hanging like that earlier. Get them gems out! Alright, we've saved some of the gems. Let's go back and get more whilst we're on this nice cluster. That's what she said. Oh man, I miss oh, the mining arm. I missed the stream and the that's what she said button. What's happened to the mining arm? It's not working. It's not working. Adam Warlock, how are you, mate? Thanks for joining us on YouTube, 07s. I think she's dead. I think she's dead. It's no good, Jim. I am on Magda, Adam. But we're having problems with the rock. We're having problems with the server. There we go. The server is not behaving nicely. Let's go back, see if we can get a few more of these gems. Where have all the gems gone that were on the ground? No! This server is going to die any minute now. We can't switch laser modes. We can't fire the laser. Either that or my internet connection's gone down, which I'm constantly paranoid about. It's been happening a lot the last couple of weeks. I think there's some problem with my Switch. Just watching those server stats. It's a tense moment. There's so much Hadanite here. We cannot fire. We cannot fire. It's time to server hop. Abandon ship. Abandon ship. What's going on? Someone just posted the Santok AI ship sounds and they sound weird. Oh. The gems are still there, just not showing up, hey Ruboy. Well, right now I can't do anything, man. Can't fire the laser. Oh, hang on. Refresh. There we go. Let's break while the server's good. Ah. For a spare battery for my babe. Oh! Alright, let's tweak that in. Get that in the optimal range. Maybe while we're gobbling up some of these other gems, we'll get some of the other gems that are already on the ground. Alright, the server's bounced back a couple of times, but I think she's very well on her way out. I think the alien ships should have weird sounds. Alright. Give me a second. Ah, boy. We'll change the battery in my addiction machine. Let's get some power into this rock. We'll see how we go with this patch before the server totally craps itself. Can't wait to learn multi-crew mining when the new patch drops. I don't know what changes they've made to mining. I know that they've mentioned in the patch notes that it some sort of balance pass. Mining size or something like that. Balance pass, maybe they messed with the masses a little bit. I know that there was a strong focus on the big mass rocks, and the prospectors, you know, just weren't able to break a lot of those rocks. So maybe they've... Yeah, I don't know what they rebalanced. But I don't think much has changed in terms of mining. You haven't mined since 3.19, so it's all going to be different for you. Yeah, that's exciting, man. That's exciting. The Come on, server, let's go. We just need to get a bit closer. You need to forget about everything you thought you knew about mining and relearn everything. Yeah, it's true. There's big changes, man, in 320. We're gonna be right on top of these gems at the moment. Ground is sticky, sticky, sticky. All you know, Rude Boy, is that prospector mining will be back, and mole mining didn't take a big hit. They reverted some changes to the mole mining, which was going to make it worse. Well, that's good. You know, I know a lot of people, you know, solo mole mine, and it should certainly be capable of that. And you know, I don't think there's any need to have to punish that sort of gameplay. And you know, we're already very well capable of, you know, getting the benefit out of a multi-crude mole. Simply because of the mass of some of the rocks, you just cannot break them by yourself. So it's good to hear that, you know, whatever changes that they were thinking of making, they reverted back, because I think the mole right now is in a very good place, and the prospector seem to have suffered a little bit with these larger mass rocks. So if they've just balanced the distribution of the masses of the rocks a little bit, then I think that's a good thing. Know everything about solo mole mining, go watch El Guapo. Solo mole should be able to do exactly the same as a prospector, and not what a multi-crew mole. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I can do right now, which is good. You should still be able to use it solo, but you should get the benefits of the multi-crew with all three lasers breaking those big rocks. The mole is, in my opinion, in a really good spot right now. You cracked a nice 27k rock meta, 41% Taranite rock, got 44 SEU refined as 38 SEU. That's nice. We tier 1 Taranite. Gobble, gobble, gobble. All day long. I do like, you know, I did a little bit of mole mining a couple of weeks back. I do like how the tier 1s are a little bit more prevalent now than they seemed to be last time I went mole mining, which was months ago. You didn't hear or read anything, Adam, after I asked the question, so sorry to ask again what we do today. 100% rock. Sorry, Adam. Yeah, we've done a little bit of rock mining. We did a whole bunch of complaining at the beginning of the stream for an hour or so, or maybe a little bit more about how I think rock mining could be way better. Then we did a couple of bounties in the C1. Then we crashed and we had to, come back again. And then it's mostly rock mining today. Mostly rock mining. Oh yeah, and we did some stories too. We've been reading some of the Sid and Cyrus fan fiction on the RSO website. We're reading through part 1 at the moment, and once I finish reading part 1, I'll edit all that footage down into just the edited, abridged version without all the mistakes and the rambling and the discussing of the story on the in-between. So we've done some of that. Your computer tried to kill you, so I fought him to get back. We're having a real tough time extracting these gems right now. We're going to be right on top of them. But if we can get this whole cluster of Hadonite, I'll be happy with that. Server seems to have, picked itself back up again. Send that engine off. Let's break the rest of these nodes. Do our final gobble. And then we'll move on. I think we'll stay on this server until she dies. How many peeps are on that server? I don't know. It's not working. It doesn't tell you how many people are on board. I can't see any chat. Like when I open chat, there's no chat. It doesn't tell me how many people are on board. I can't use Mode Trader to send people money. So things on this server aren't, at least for me, working like they should be. That server must be overloaded with entities. Certainly think there's a whole bunch of spawning of stuff going on underground. It was working really nicely until about half an hour ago. Then we had those 2 close calls with the 30k dropping all the way down and staying still at 0.03, but she seems to have recovered at the moment. And we're trying our luck. See if we can get the rest of this patch in. Maybe we'll bedlog here after this patch and see if we can find a different server. That's why it's taking so long to collect the gems. Well, the gems collect quite quickly if I'm on top of them. But yeah, I've certainly noticed a difference between, how the gems are being collected now, in comparison to how they were at the beginning of the stream. Like right now, I would have been able to gobble up these gems without having to move the rock to be, much closer. But that seems to be a problem at the moment. won't be able to stay out much longer, Meta. I'm fading fast now. Mate, go to bed, buddy. Go to bed. Thank you so much for tuning in. Keeping me abreast with the cricket results. I always love having you in my chat, mate. It's a pleasure and an honor. As I always say, it's always amazing that, you know, right now we've got 12 people on YouTube and 3 watching on Twitch. You know, it's wonderful to have 15 people to hang out with and, you know, talk about the game and, you know, just enjoy some time together. Everybody's time is super valuable, so I appreciate you spending some of that with me. Go to bed, mate. Go to bed. Either your frames dropped for a second and it infected my computer like a tectonic virus, or it tried to trip me. Tripped me by putting my legs right to the power cable and disconnecting it, almost killing it. Oh boy! Oh, mate. Mutual combat, I guess. I don't want to mind that one with the laser in that position. Alright, let's fire the engines back up. Let's go gobble up some of these gems. Get that last node. Get all of this into the ship. Safely tucked away. And hopefully protected from the inevitable 30k that's going to happen at some stage relatively soon. So the extraction works quite well if I'm quite close to them. Is your rock stock or did you upgrade it at all? G'day Bloody, how are you, mate? Thanks for joining us on YouTube. No, I never upgrade my rock. I always roll a stock rock. I've never seen the need to have to upgrade the rock. Microtech's a long way away. See, this is the problem, you know, if I get closer, I can gobble these gems up easily, but I lose the ability to gobble them from further away, and that's changed in the last half an hour on the server. $16 likes there on the old YouTube, thank you so much. We're approaching the double digits! That's almost a phone call to my old man to tell him that I'm a real streamer. And my lawn does actually need to be mowed. Because I'm mostly mining on Magda, you know, I don't see the need to have to upgrade the cooler or anything. That's really the only issue I've ever had with the rock, and it hasn't happened for a long time, where, you know, the cooler will overheat and the rock, you know, the drivetrain stops working and stuff. But that hasn't happened for a long time. I think if you were mining in somewhere that was more hazardous, like Aberdeen or something like that, you perhaps might need to have a higher level of cooler or a better quality cooler. But, you know, right now we can see everything is running at 100%, although the drivetrain says it's at 0% health. But we're still moving. So annoying. Let's turn the engine off. What's this about with followers? What are you talking about, Pigeon? Alright, last node of the cluster. I think the sun's coming up. We landed on this cluster while the sun was setting. And it's rising. We've been here all night. Dad, oh yeah, Dad, I'm a real show. I got followers. Oh, let's get that engine going. Let's creep up on these gems here. Alright, we did it. Good job, server. Well, we haven't done it yet. We've still got to get these into the ship to be 100% certain that things are going to be okay. The sun is up. We can keep mining. That's all of them. I wonder what happened to those gems that we busted earlier on and then we didn't get any little markers for them afterwards. They're still out here hiding on the ground. They are. That looks like one over there. It totally looks like a gem, right? It is! There's hidden gems. There's hidden gems. There's another one. Is that another one? No, just the edge of the rock. Alright. I think we got them all. Sneaky little blighters. So this is about the position we did our first break. And then we ran for fear of the 30k. I can't see any more. Good night, Meta. Thanks for tuning in, mate. We'll see you next time. 9 PM Sunday, when we'll be back live here at After Dark. All right, I think that's it. Let's pack that away. The sun's coming up. Lovely. Rock mining in the daylight continues. And ships badly need better internal light. I guess it's not too bad when you're inside the ship. In the past, the rock could break down. Not so much these days, but I still upgrade the power plants with the 2 Define and a Tapilo cooler. Yeah. So, Mr. After Dark. While scanning for gems, what's your C1 altitude about? I'm normally quite close to the ground, about 1,000 meters off the ground. Sometimes closer, sometimes higher, but I'm generally skimming the ground. Well, I say skimming, but How much time difference is there from Oz to the UK? Well, I'm UTC plus 10, so if you are UTC 0, I'm 10 hours in the future. It is currently 4 a.m. So this is about my height here. I'm 400 meters off the ground right now. Maybe a little higher. Let's get our scanner activated. Let's reset our view. And let's go. So yeah, I'm generally around this height, 500 meters to 1,000. I think we need to widen our view a little bit to 90 degrees. What's that out there? 7. We need our list. We need our list! Because I don't know the numbers off the top of my head yet. 7,080 is not the number we're looking at. In the 7,000s range, we're looking for 440. There's something here that keeps popping, nothing. 10,920. No, in the 10,000 range, we're looking for 10,540. It's 5 p.m. there, is it, Clive? I quit upgrading my rocks and components because my rocks disappear every major live update. Yeah, I think they 3,100. What's this other thing that popped out at 3,000? 8,680. Yeah, 14 nodes down here. Yeah, I think a lot of the ground vehicles, I think unless you buy it, if you bought it in game and then you leave it somewhere and go and claim it and then change one of its components and then store it, I think it updates in the database and you keep it. This looks like it's clustered like Catanite. And you said earlier reduced from to 90 degrees from 180. It's Dolovine. Yeah, just so I can just I'm seeing just what's in front of me rather than everything from along the sides. Okay, so there's our body marker there. We're flying towards our body marker. We're going to circumnavigate the moon. I know a lot of people use or scan at 180 degrees just because it gives you a full frontal view of everything in front of you. 10,800. Nope. What did I say it was? 10,440? No, 10,000.